Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. I must say, to say that I've had very, very little sleep last night, I'm feeling amazing. I'm so excited for today's show. Finally reunited with Wendy Orlando, 3 hours with her as well. There she is. Oh, it's so good to be back with you. It's so exciting. We've also got Kerrie here, who is in full Christmas. She was like, am I the only person that's Christmas today? Because she thought it was Christmas Day. So she's in her full holly dress. Lots of Christmas goodies that are already on pre-order. Back in stock, by the way. If you want the bauble, if you missed it before, grab it on pre-order. I'll talk about that later on. First, though, oh, isn't it gorgeous? Firstly, normally we start the day with the early bird. We're not going to do that today because Kat is going rogue. She says, I've got how many more? One more week left with everybody. So she said, you know, everybody was spoiled last week with the manager special every day at 10 o'clock. Kat has said, I want to do something really, really special. Don't worry, Kat isn't leaving, by the way. We're doing 1 week with Kat, and then she's going off to do a theatre production. She is going to come back, though. We have got the most exciting back in stock Moda scrap bag. It's $14.99. Now, we didn't put it on pre-order because we knew that it might have sold before 8 o'clock. If you do want the lucky dip of really sought after Moda design roll, everybody loves these. It isn't assorted by us, it's assorted by Moda. So it comes directly from them. Every single bag is different. How many of these have we got? She's telling me we've got good stock. Thought we had 400. Oh, we've got 600 of these. Brilliant. Right, please do make sure you get it in your basket, because last time I had this, it was just after I came back off maternity leave, and I had 1,000 of them and they all sold out. So they're not necessarily 2.5 inch strips. They look like a design roll, but they're not. So some of these, look, you can see are wider. Some of them have got the salvage on, but they're all completely at random. So there'll be different collections, all Moda quality. It's done on weight, so you might not get a certain amount. You normally get between 23 and 32 strips, but it's done on weight, so 227 grams of Moda gorgeous cotton fabric. And some of them are shorter, some of them are full width. I like that you've got a variety. I do love a lucky dip because we're all creatures of habit, aren't we? If you're buying a collection, I'm always drawn to the same things. So this is a really good one to maybe say, right, I'm going to step outside of my comfort zone and I'm going to try something different. And you are going to have a complete random. I mean, this scrap bag, they're all coordinating actually, aren't they? That's what's amazing with Moda. Some, you can start putting different collections together. They're all beautiful quality to sew with. They've pinked the edges for you, so even if you're not doing something with it today, like right now, it doesn't matter. You can leave them and decide when as you go. These are going to be brilliant for foundation paper piecing, when you need smaller scraps for EPP maybe. They're lovely, aren't they? I mean, there's loads in this one. There's definitely more than 20, definitely more. But as I said, it is done on weight. Good morning, everybody. We've got Lynette bright and early with us. Lynette is all the way in South Africa. She said, good morning from South Africa. Good morning to you. What time is it over there? Is it morning? I'm not quite sure of the time difference in South Africa. I love this one. This one's called Springbrook Collection, and it's got little bees on. How lovely is that? Morning, Morag. Good morning, Vixen all. I'm really excited. My niece was having strong twinges. Oh, my word. Not long, then. She says, can't wait for my nephew to arrive. Oh, that's exciting. Very exciting. Oh, I hope all is well, Morag. Very exciting. Aren't these so pretty? So pretty. Hundreds of you checking out straight away. Now, this isn't the early bird. This was just a cat special. Producer special. Make the most of those. I'll keep you updated throughout the day. There's people buying multiples. Keep going through. We have also got the early bird that we want to show you. What's the news, Kat? Oh, reviews. I thought she says we've got some news. We've got reviews. Wonderful selection of materials, various planes and patterns. Very pleased with my purchase. That was from June, last time the scrap bags were on. Yours will be completely different to this, by the way. Yours will be completely different. Very, very happy with my Lucky Dip bag. Can't wait to use. A great way to try design roll without spending a fortune. Well, let's think about it. How much do design rolls cost you? $34.99? $44.99 sometimes? $29.99? So £14.99 for the amount of fabric you get here is amazing. Each piece was different, some fabulous patterns as well as complementary plain pieces as well. We'll get again, Zoe, I hope you're watching. Zoe, I hope you're watching to get this again, because these do not come into stock very often. And the day that they come in, they sell out. So you have to be watching today, really, to get this. Have had several Moda scrap bags, and they've all been very pleased with all of them. Beautiful fabrics of the highest quality, well worth the money. I know a lot of people who are quilters solely buy Moda fabric because of the quality of it. It's beautiful. Our Wendy is nodding away. Do you like Moda fabric?
Absolutely. And I bought them last time they were on, and I was so lucky. I know that it is a lucky dip. I was lucky enough to get lots of plains in mine as well.
Oh, good. Brilliant. Yeah.
I did have a whole mix, and I made a bag and a cushion.
See, it's really good value, isn't it? $14.99 for the amount you get.
You mustn't look at it as being scraps of material, because when you sew them together, then you can just make a metre. You can make loads and then use it as you would normal fabric. Don't worry that it's been joined in loads of places. Yeah. So they are brilliant value. And Rebecca Reed would absolutely love this pack because they've got all the edges, because she's making something out of the edges. So
with all I
can't think what she's making. She did tell me. Was it a door curtain or something?
With the selvages?
Or a skirt, yes.
Is she?
Yes. So she would absolutely love that particular packet.
She's making a skirt. Oh, my word. That's so cool.
Yeah.
£14.99. Morning, Dawn Taylor. Morning, Vix, Wendy and team. I love a bit of Moda. Absolutely gorgeous. $14.99. And remember, It is back in stock. Do go through for that one. We've got loads to do this hour, so I'll keep you updated for that as we go along. I'm going to put it away really nice and neatly. I've got a brilliant selection, very usable, and definitely will buy again. I'll just put it very neatly over here. Yeah, there's loads of reviews on the website for them. Everybody's loved them. Okay, early bird. Sorry, Wendy, we will get to you very soon. This is actually perfect for your quilt, actually. So today's early bird is coordinating with the first hour as well, and they're just 12. Oh no. They're normally $12.99. We don't do it like that anymore, do we? We're dropping the price. Metla threads. I love Metla. I think they're really, really gorgeous quality threads, and this is your autumnal collection. Don't worry, it's not your eyes. Elliot's just finding the focus. There we go. Me and Elliot are on one today. Wendy feels in the middle of, I could tell you're feeling uncomfortable with me and Elliot giving each other chips this morning. Right, we've got 8 different colours. All of your really lovely colours. And look at that ombre. These will go perfectly with the fabric collection that we're launching today. Perfect with Wendy's quilt, which is gorgeous. Right, let's drop the price. Who wants it an early bird special? How many metres do you get on here? Oh, you get 150 metres on each spool. 8 different colours, 150 metres for $9.99. That is brilliant value. In fact, we're doing the maths. Let's work it out. So, bearing in mind, these are cotton. These are gorgeous quality cotton. You're going to get 1,200 metres of thread here for all just £9.99. 8 different colours. They are gorgeous. I know lots of people quilting again like to use cotton thread if they're working with cotton fabrics. So if you do like to match it up, they are really, really strong. They're really lovely to sew with. They're perfect for your piecing. They are your 50 weight cottons, so you can use these in your bobbin. You can use them for your piecing. And just $9.99 is fantastic value for today's early bird. Now, because of the way that we're doing it now, we've updated the system that basically it is just for today and today only, like it was always supposed to be. But it means basically the system automatically jumps it back up to $12.99 at midnight tonight. It doesn't mean that we're waiting for somebody to do it. Because quite often things kept appearing on the website still at early bird prices. So just so you know, it is only for today or while stocks last. Oh, in fact, actually, I don't think it's going to be available later on this evening. We've got less than 40 of those remaining. If you've already opened your order with your Moda scrap bag today, it's the same P&P throughout the day. Same P&P throughout the day. And of course throughout Yarn Lane as well, and we've got Wendy for Yarn Lane. Have you seen the cushions behind me? Those of you that love a bit of crochet, these cushions are amazing. They're granny squares, aren't they? But with a bit of a twist to say that you've got the texture, the floral effect. They're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Because I remember how popular the granny square jumpers were. But if you do just want to do, you know, a few, have a go. Those of you that have never done crochet before, granny squares are a great place to start. So tune in Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock and Wendy will teach you how to do that as well. Right, so that is today's early bird. Should we do the menu? Because we've got a busy day today. Loads going on. Check out your baskets on the scrap bag. Check out your baskets on the final few threads remaining. Remember this when we're going through Wendy's show, because these are going to be perfect for the quilt. Now, we are starting the hour with a taste of autumn. Is it autumn tomorrow? Officially autumn tomorrow? End of summer. Last day of summer today. I've put my boots on. I've officially put the flip-flops away. We've both got our winter boots on. Taste of autumn quilt. Wendy's quilt pattern back in stock, this time with a beautiful, beautiful fabric collection. 9 o'clock, it's Christmas. And who better to do Christmas than Kerrie from Living in Loveliness? Bauble back in stock, brand new table runner, already on pre-order if you want to shop ahead. At 10 o'clock, we've got, there it is, the Tapestry Bag back. Heard about this. I've never seen it. I've never got a look in on this because it sold out when it was on last time. Completely sold out. We've got the pattern. We've got beautiful kits. We've got those fabrics. Everything that you need with Wendy Orlando. The Tapestry Bag is back at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, the Christmas cushion kit. Another really, really gorgeous design again from Kerrie. There's loads of other bits and bobs, as always with Kerrie. Jam-packed hour full of loveliness. And then tune over to Yarn Lane for our rose crochet cushions with Wendy. We keep talking about pre-order. Those of you that do want to shop ahead or have a look at what's coming up throughout the day, if you jump to our website, sewingstreet.com, click watch live. Oh, I'm so pleased we've got Wendy and Kerrie in today, because I don't know if you can tell, but my voice is going today. So if there were two guests that can talk for England, then it's Wendy and Kerrie, isn't it? I'm just going to sit back and enjoy. Right, if you want to message in and send any messages to Kerrie or Wendy, get them in there on the side. If you scroll down, you'll find, obviously, early bird, scrap bags. Oh, look, it says early bird's the scrap bags. Oh, well, doesn't matter. On the right-hand side of pre-order, you can get ahead and shop early. The creative grids are there. You've got the mini strapology. You've got the brand new table runner. Where's the bauble? It's coming, because we've got, right, last time we had hundreds of them. They sold in 10 minutes. We don't have, well, we've got half the stock of what we had last time. They're already selling if you do want Kerrie's sought after bauble. Colours will vary, but there will all be the green and the reds and the creams like this, traditional colourways. They're beautiful. You've seen them on the fan page. They look amazing. So if you keep going down, there's all Kerrie's kits. You've also got the tapestry bag coming up later on, a bit further down. Oh, no. Oh, that's the whole day. That's the whole day. We've already gone past the tapestry bag. It's all there on pre-order. If you do want to get in touch with us, email the studio. Send in your photographs. Maybe you've made any of Kerrie's Christmas projects. Maybe you've done the tapestry bag. Let us know. We want to hear from you today and make it nice and interactive. studio@sewingstreet.com is the email address, or Facebook, Sewing Street TV. I am on the Facebook Live, so come say hello to us. Message come in from Marion. Hi, Marion. It's an email that's come through with a photograph. I'm making a fabric basket with my fabrics. Is that with the Moda scrap bundles before? Miriam, love it. Loads of fabric to work with. Love it, love it, love it. See, look at how random it is. See, you're going to be able to make loads of fabric baskets with that. It's perfect to keep all your scraps, isn't it? Let's introduce, anyway, the first kit this hour. So, the instructions are available individually today, but we've put together brand new bundles which are perfect for this quilt, and you're getting the instructions for free in the kits. So if you love the fabrics, it's worth just getting the kits, because you get the instructions for free, which are normally £10. So you're getting, check out these gorgeous new autumnal fabrics. They are absolutely beautiful. It's Riley Blake collection. We'll be launching it tomorrow, but you're getting loads. That's a whole metre of this gorgeous orange, this is the one that the quilt's made up of, I think. Yeah, this is the one the quilt's made up of, so we'll show you in a moment. So you get a metre of this one as well, and look at that. Those beautiful mustard colours with that vine design is gorgeous. The floral with your reds and your greens. Oh, they all complement each other perfectly, and I like that you've got different scales of print as well. You've got a complementing brunette and then another Riley Blake complementary fabric. They are absolutely stunning. Half a metre of each of these. Plus, you will get the Crafty Co. full instructions. Oh, they're nice and glossy. Really lovely. You get those for free, and look at how clear it is. We will go through with Wendy your construction, but you can see there you have got really thorough instructions. All of your we are going to make up a whole block with Wendy today. Absolutely gorgeous, and in fact, using these colourways looks different to this, doesn't it?
There's two different types that you can do. So if you look at the other picture on the front,
yeah,
that's the picture. They're two different. It depends how you turn the block.
This is exciting. Oh my word, a whole quilt kit for $48.49. Definitely get the kit. Oh my word, if you do love the fabric, brand new fabrics in today. This is the one that Wendy made the quilt up with. It's called Orange. Now I'm going to just say that again, orange colourway, because they all look very similar, so I don't want you to get confused. There are pictures on the website of the fabrics that you're going to get. You can see very clearly there. If you click more details, the second image on the website will show you which kit's which. So that's option number uno. That's the orange colourway. We've also got, is this one called green by any chance? Oh, I think this one's called brunette. Okay. So once again, your full glossy, gorgeous instructions. Depending on your placement of your block, you can do it either way. We've got beautiful colours in this one. Again, Riley Blake, brand new fabric, whole metre of this one as well. Different prints to the last one. Going to look absolutely gorgeous though as well. Same vine fabric, this time in cream and green. Lots of you love this one. Then you've got your lovely khaki green and your beautiful green floral. £48.49. That is such an amazing price. You are saving £9.99. You get your instructions, you get your patterns for free today when you're purchasing your kits. Lovely Emma Bradford's watching. Morning, Emma. How are you? How are you? We've got loads coming up today, so it's really nice to have your company. Finally, one more because I'm aware of the time. This one is called Cream. Orange, brown and cream are your three options. Oh, this one's nice. Is that heart tomato with it? See, I would never think to put that colour, but look, it ties in absolutely perfectly with your oranges. That is beautiful. So a metre of your orange vine this time, a metre of your brunette with your floral, big floral print, half a metre of your solid, half a metre of your Riley Blake. This is another different one. I'm excited to launch the collection tomorrow. It's going to be really nice. Especially this time of year, we're literally entering into autumn tomorrow. So this is the perfect project for autumn, isn't it? £48.49. And then I'm sure you'll use the pattern again and again with lots of different fabrics that you've got at home. But at that price point, it's worth making the most of the saving today. Hi, Glenys. You got your coffee, Glenys, ready for the day? I've had my coffee. Kat went to the coffee shop and got us bacon roll and coffee this morning. And I said, Wendy looked at me with judgy eyes, and I said to her, Wendy, I promise we don't do this all the time anymore. We got into a bit of a habit of doing it before Christmas, didn't we? Not anymore. That's the first time we've had a Greggs for ages. And it's Kat's last week, and I didn't have much sleep last night, so we needed it. We needed a bit of fuel. Don't forget, all three kits. Wendy, how perfect will these threads be?
Absolutely brilliant. They go with every single one of those. There is a colour in each of them that will just go perfect.
Yeah. And do you like using cotton threads?
I like just using cotton, any cotton.
Yeah.
And that is gorgeous. And what it would be brilliant for is when you come to quilt the quilt, then the top stitching, it'd be amazing to use those colours because then it'll really make them pop. It'd be really good. You'll be able to find a colour that will blend with them. Really
Brilliant.
lovely.
Now you're clutching onto the stripology there. We have got the stripologies in stock. You're working with the mini, but we do have the XL available as well. I'll quickly just run through the graphics so you can see them there. This is the XL stripology, which you have the stripology, don't you? It's probably one of the most, this is probably one of the most, I'd say, used creative grid rulers. All of them are really amazing, and we talk about them a lot. We really champion them. But the stripologies, you use them for the majority of your projects.
I use them for absolutely everything.
Yeah.
They're brilliant for cutting width of fabrics because
Great.
you put it over the top of them, and then you've got the denominations that you need to cut underneath. You're not having to move them. You literally keep it there. I'm only using baby today because I'm limited for space here. But I don't know if you know, I tend to cut everything on the floor. I always get down and I'm doing all my cutting. So I have all my mats out, and that's the one that just gets the most use.
Brilliant. So that's the XL. We do have the mini. You'll see it in action. The mini stripology is $36.99. And actually, I remember I was talking to Victoria Carrington, who's already got the big one. She was sent the smaller one for another project, and she said, oh, well, I don't know if I'm going to need it because I've already got the big one. And actually, that is perfect when you're working with your pre-cuts.
Half-scale triangles, these are brilliant for. Absolutely
perfect.
Brilliant.
If you're working from a design roll, or if you're working from 5-inch charm squares, then that's a really good one.
Perfect.
And it's got some really lovely sort of quite particular measurements as well. It eliminates the maths, doesn't it?
It really is good. I know that people may look and think they're quite a considerable buy, but when you've got it for life.
That's it.
If you look after it, you've got it for life. So it's brilliant.
Right, so over to you, Wendy. Oh, no, not over to you. I'm ever so sorry. We've got the instructions on their own. If you do want them, £9.99. Remember, they come free in the kit, so grab the kits if you can. If you have thought, do you know what, I've got the perfect collection for this quilt already in my stash, grab your instructions on their own. Limited today on instructions individually, as we've obviously put them into kits. So if you do want them, be quick to grab your instructions on their own. Really clear, very thorough. We will have a look at those with Wendy as we go through as well. If you have got any questions for her, of course, get them in. £9.99 for your instructions on their own. Now, it says a taste of summer. We're talking a taste of autumn
we
today.
Are, yes. Now, we've changed the colourway. The instructions are exactly the same because you've got the letters. You assign your fabric to a letter, and then you just follow the letters through there. But autumn, and I couldn't work out why I was so drawn to these colours. I'm an autumn baby, and I think that's what it is. It's all the rich orange and the browns and the reds. Lovely. I have two favourite seasons, spring and autumn. Yeah. And one's getting, getting ready for everything to blossom in the spring, and the other is all getting ready for winter. Yeah. And this fabric is wonderful to work with.
Love it. And I mean, I love the effect that you get, the pattern running through. What's the finished quilt size, Wendy? Louise has asked, isn't you just putting you on the spot?
No, that's fine. Right, it's 41 inches by 59.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Julie's asked as well. Morning, Vicky, Wendy and gang. Please, can you give me the finished size of the quilt? Trying to hide my credit card, but I feel a spending spree is coming on. Just go with it, Julie. It's a beautiful quilt kit, isn't it?
The one thing I would say, though, if you did want to make it bigger and you've got your own fabrics that maybe blend, then you can just add a bigger border on.
Perfect.
And I'm a huge fan of a scrappy border where you just get all your scraps and you sew them all together and then you cut them a certain width and then you can put that round. So you don't have to be limited to that size. And, of course, you can make it smaller. Yeah. You don't have to make a quilt. You can make cushions. Brilliant. So this fabric is amazing. So with this design here, there's two designs, but they're exactly the same. It's just what you do with the block.
That's so interesting.
Once you've made it. That's why I wanted to do this, because if you look at these blocks here.
So where is a block? Show me a block.
So this is a block. I'll show you the block down here. That is a block there.
Right.
So that's just what we're making. Yeah. And this one I wanted to design. As you know, when I first came with you, I said I don't do quilts. Absolutely love them and now adore them.
I can't believe that.
I know, I love them.
What a different year.
I've made so many now, but I'm very, very aware that there are going to be those same people sitting on the fence that thought, I can't do it, I can't. So I've made it really easy. You only have the 2 half square triangles in here. Brilliant. Which means you've got no intersections to worry about. Yeah. And that's one of the hardest things when you're quilting is lining everything up and making sure they look perfect. So here, and then just by twisting the block, you can then put it against another block, and depending where you do it, then you can have the different colours, just like that, and just make it different. And then the other one, the other design in the kit, I've changed them round so that the white on that picture there is this plain block.
Right. Oh, so it's easy as well to sort of differentiate when you're working with different kits. I was thinking, how do I know which fabric is going to work with that? But it's your solid.
It's the solid. So I've made sure that the solid features in the top left-hand corner on this design, and then it becomes the centre square in the next design. Right. And but someone else might do it completely different. If they think, oh no, I only want to rotate it 90 degrees, then they can do that. But the main thing was just to get people to their sewing machine just quilting and making blocks.
And what a great price for a quilt kit as well, because it can be when you're starting out and making a full quilt, you can pay hundreds of pounds and you're thinking, I don't know whether I'm going to love this, I don't know, whereas less than 50 to get your fabrics and your pattern.
Because I never see the price until I come on air, and that is a brilliant price, especially with the instructions in there as well. That is fantastic. And this fabric, I say it every time, but I'm always bowled over by it. The quality is absolutely gorgeous of this fabric. Yeah. And I love the hot tomato, because I was like you, it's like hot tomato, it's one of those colours that you think,
is that going to work?
The floral fabric here, it just goes with it perfect.
So this is the cream colourway, it goes perfectly. There's just 12 of those remaining. If you want one, grab them now.
See, I thought the one that I just made was my favourite, but I'm not so sure now. And I hadn't seen the third colourway, and I love that.
Khaki green.
I think that might be my favourite colourway. Now, to make the quilt, all you need to do is assign the fabric a letter.
Okay.
Now, you've got 2 1 meters and 3 is it 3 half meters?
You got 3 half meters, so
Right.
you got your solid and two different pattern fabrics.
So you
as well.
just need to make sure that the 1 meter ones go with the right letter, because they're the ones that you're going to use most of.
Right.
And then you just decide which one you want as your border.
Okay.
Now I've chosen this one as my border, so I haven't used it yet. This particular one here, I've kept that one back. You are going to have more fabric than you need, so you'll be able to make cushions with it and that. And if you do have your own stash, you can put, if you want another plain block, if you think maybe that's too busy, put a plain one in and it'll go even further. You can use it for something else. Fantastic. I'm a huge fan of that. Just because you get the kit doesn't mean you can't put it with your fabrics as well.
So you choose one of your 2 half meters for your border?
One of them, yes.
Yes, perfect.
I just happened to choose this one.
Yeah.
I don't know why, this was just calling border for me.
Perfect.
And the thing about this fabric, if you really wanted to, I didn't, but you could always fussy cut.
If you've got enough there to do it.
If you want to. I like it as it comes.
Okay.
So I just cut the strips and then used it how it came. And I didn't worry about any directions of fabrics, because when you're working in half square triangles, you're going to change the orientation of the fabric anyway. I have noticed that I have put these up the same way, but it doesn't matter because this one's now been, these ones are twisted up and down depending on which half of the triangle they are.
Right, okay.
So again, I wouldn't worry about directional, just go for it, just pick it up and go for it. Now the first thing you want to do is, have you made a quilt?
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you do yours? I cut mine all out one evening and then I do the next process. I'm not a cutter and goer.
No, I like, especially because it's a quilt kit, I like to do it in a slower process.
Me
So
too.
yeah, sit one day, have a read of the instructions, have a cup of tea. Don't just dive straight into it because I know I'll end up cutting it wrong. And then do cutting on a separate day too.
See, that's what I do. And I, because obviously I do this is my job, I sometimes just go gung-ho and just go in and do it when I'm doing other people's instructions. Don't sit and read the instructions because we all do things differently.
Exactly.
So just have a cup of tea and then you can, have a look at the fabrics and choose the fabric. I'm trying to keep you talking so you don't nod off because I know you are tired today, aren't you?
No, I'm just, I said to Wendy this morning, I'm so pleased it's you because, I've got a husky voice. And do you know who I blame? Delphine Brooks. Kat and I went on her fitness boot camp. I can only call it, has anybody watched the Who Dares Wins, SAS Who Dares Wins? It was literally like that. I do not want to get on the wrong side of Delphine Brooks, put it that way, because we did a boxercise with him. With her, and it was, oh my word, it was scary.
I know Delphine is. I mean, I've met Delphine, and I joined exactly the same day. I absolutely adore Delphine.
Can you see that she's got a streak?
Oh yes, I could see that she's a little powerhouse, and I could just imagine if you give her something to do, she won't give up. She'll just.
Well, she said to me, just think of, if you're really angry, just let out that aggression. And I was thinking, you're really angry with me. And there's something you're not telling me. Why are you hitting me that hard?
But it's good to let your anger out. You shouldn't be angry. You shouldn't be angry.
There was a pad in front of me, but I felt like it was personal.
So the first thing I'm going to do, and it explains in the instructions that you cut all your fabric out. So that's what I would do. I'd just do one night, I would cut all my fabric out. And I'm cutting, it tells you to do it on width of fabric. Now width of fabric simply means the width of the fabric.
Yeah.
Sorry, there. Yeah, so the width of the fabric, that's how you cut it. But because my ruler, I'm using the Stripology, because it's not big enough, then I fold it in half and then half again. If you're going to do that, make sure that you iron and it's completely flat, because otherwise you're going to cut it and then you're going to get a little bobble. And this honestly is the most used thing in, apart from my machine, but in my workroom. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to, see, I never have enough space, do I? No matter how much space you give me,
you always fill
I
it.
always want more. Now, the thing that you do need to be aware with this is when you're cutting, you want to make sure these little teardrops here are where you insert your blade on your rotary cutter. You just want to make sure that the fabric, so you don't want the fabric like that because you won't be able to get your blade in and cut the end. So you want to line the bottom of your fabric up with one of the solid lines. Now it doesn't have to be the bottom one, it can be the next one and the next one if you want it.
Okay.
But you've got to make sure that you then have enough for the blade to go up the other side of the fabric.
That makes sense.
I do like to keep it down the bottom because then your blade doesn't have so far to travel. And then all you want to do is make sure that the edge of your fabric, the frayed edge there, all 4, because I've got 4 pieces here, all 4 are beyond the 0 line because I want to trim that off and cut it straight. And then you literally, oh, I love that sound, you. So that's my first cut. Now, without moving it, I know that I want to cut 4 inch across width of strips. I just put it on the 4 inch and then that's it. And at home, what I would do is 4, 8, 12, 16. So I would just keep cutting. You don't have to move this and your fabric doesn't move. And you get the most perfect, you know, like when you get you know, like when you get a jelly roll and they're just like precision cut and they're amazing. You get the same effect with a stripology.
I'm a bit wobbly
brilliant.
if I don't use a stripology. It just gives you that crisp. You know that it's always going to be straight. It's always going to be accurate.
That's the thing.
You can't veer off.
Exactly, you can't.
Yeah.
And you can cut. And think on the other one. I think you can cut like the quarters because you move it. You can move it
along.
Yeah. And then so if you do that, you just. I have explained that in a tutorial before. And then all you would do is you then would just cut them this way. So the stripology, if you can afford to put it in your basket, that's the one thing that I would say I couldn't do without in my craft room.
Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
Very limited on the XL now at £61.99, as is there's 3 left in fact. As Wendy said, I know it's a considered purchase, but consider it because actually once you bought one, you look after it, you won't ever need to buy another one.
I'm not going to lie, I did buy one years and years ago, a cheaper version, and
I didn't know there was another version, like a different brand.
These ones have got the sort of like anti-move, and you will find that that is perfect because no matter how careful we are, sometimes it does move, and you can see that I'm pushing that, and sorry, the mat went then before that. It's not going anywhere, and that's really important. And especially if you're cutting like 2 1/4, 2 1/2 inch strips, it's really fiddly with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you can go to the big one, then you won't have to have any other one. But this one is so handy for your half square triangles. So I've got all my bits cut out, but I'm just going to show you on here. The hardest thing with this one is those 2 squares. That's the hardest thing out of the whole block, is just to create the half square triangles. And they're the easiest thing in the world to do. So all we're going to do is we take 2 of the fabrics, and it does tell you in the instructions the size that you need to cut them for these.
Lulu's watching you. She says, lovely to see you, Wendy. Love your demos.
Oh, bless her. Oh, thank you so much. That's lovely. I love it. It's very excited to see you. And I've met Kerrie.
Is this the first time you've met Kerrie?
I've never met Kerrie before.
Are you kidding?
No.
Oh, Kerrie said yesterday, because we said, you were in together. And she says, I love Wendy. I'm so pleased to meet with her. I just presumed you knew each other.
I've never met her. And I have to say that at home, people don't see the beauty of things that we see in here, and Kerrie's makes are in the flesh phenomenal.
Oh, they love them.
They're gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So what you want to do is you want to get your 2 coordinating fabrics, and it does tell you which ones to use. And then all we're going to do on the reverse of one of them, and you want to pick the one with the lighter back, but in this case we're going to be able to see on both of them. But I know some fabrics, they're dark on the back and you can't see them. And then on just one of those, we're going to draw a line from corner to corner. Now you do need to take into consideration the thickness of your nib. If you've got a really fat one, then just bring your ruler back from the edge a bit, because you do want to be drawing from corner to corner. And if you're working on a bigger size one, a top tip is to go from the inside out, from the middle out, and then you don't pull that fabric. Are you laughing at me?
They're laughing at your fat nib.
Fat nib, yeah. If you've got a fat nib, then you must allow for it. Although, with these patterns, there is a little bit of wiggle room. I'm going to have trouble with you two this morning. It is, I can hear it. You do have a little bit of wiggle room afterwards. So what we're going to do now is we're going to place these fabrics right sides together. Now, if you do want to work out your directional, it will make a difference which way you sew down. So we can see that line. I'm going to be sewing down here. If I fold that back, you can see what it's going to look like. Mm-hmm. And if I were to turn that the other way, then it's a different look altogether. These are probably the 2 worst fabrics I could have chosen because they look the same both ways. Yeah. But if you're using one of these fabrics and you go across this way, then you'll get that look. And then if you go across that way, you're going to get the whole flower. So if you do want to make them so that you see, just check before you do it.
Oh, Donna said Wendy is a fountain of knowledge.
That's not what my family would say. No, they would. They do say, well, you're always right. And I go, well, I never argue if I'm wrong. I always go quiet. If I know that I'm wrong, I just stay in the corner and be quiet.
Going to use my scrap bag and some stock to cover for my to make a cover for my small stripology ruler. We'll save it getting damaged.
That's a brilliant
good idea, Mary.
Brilliant idea. Must post pictures of that.
Yeah.
And the fans are phenomenal. They are so creative, and I'm like in awe of what they create. It's brilliant. So what we're going to do is place right sides together, and then I'm going to sew 1/4 inch either side from that centre line.
Okay, so that isn't your sew line, that's going to be your cut line.
It's going to be where I'm going to cut, and I'm going to pretend that that line down there is the edge of my fabric. I'm going to pretend that that doesn't exist, and I'm going to line my foot up with that line there, and I've put it to 1/4 inch. I have, right, and then I'm just going to sew down one side, and then I'm going to sew up the other. However, this is perfect for chain piecing.
Okay.
So depending on how quick you need to do your project, and all chain piecing means, before I take this piece out of the machine, I would just feed the next one in and the next one in.
I find that helps with my accuracy on 1/4 inch because I'm on a bit of a roll already, so it's all...
You just have to make sure when you turn around and come back that they haven't flipped over,
Okay.
so you just flip them up the other way.
Yeah.
And also, chain piecing is amazing because this machine doesn't do it, but one at home is very naughty. As soon as it sees a corner, it gobbles it
drags,
up.
yeah.
It just like, yeah, I'm having that. Whereas if you chain piecing, you tend not to get that because machines do not like to sew on nothing.
On a corner, no.
And then all we're going to do is I'm going to cut. I'm going to trim those two pieces. Now, I do find it easier to do it with a rotary cutter, but you can cut it with scissors if you want to. It's just much quicker and much easier. So what we've done now is we have created our half square triangle. Now, that's so easy, isn't it? That's just to create that. The next thing we do, and again, what I would do is I'd make all my half square triangles at once.
Okay.
I do all this part, and then I go on to the next part. And we're just going to press these. Now, when we press, we're going to press what's called to the dark side. And all that means is the darker of the two fabrics, and in this case, it's this one. We want that excess fabric to be behind it. It's not really important on this one because all these fabrics are such good quality. But if you've got a fabric that's maybe very light, you're going to see the other fabric behind. So all I'm doing is just giving them a blast to set those stitches, and then I'm going to press them back. I've got my favourite iron out. I made sure I made a beeline for this morning.
I really like it.
This is my favourite.
It looks the part as well in the rose gold, doesn't it?
Oh gosh, yes, I do like the colour. But I had one of these before, but you couldn't attach it to the base.
Well, I didn't realise. I thought when I saw someone using it, I thought, oh, it looks quite heavy when you put it in the base, but it's not at all, is it?
Absolutely
But you can
not.
click it and use it cordless.
And I don't think a lot of people realise with the cordless option, if you don't put it back in its base to recharge, then as soon as you take it off, it's starting to lose its heat.
Right.
So that's why I keep it in the base, because the amount of times I've gone to use it and it's...
Yeah.
But yes, it's very easy. All you do is just click it and lift it off.
Well, that's what's easier. Some of the ones that I've seen before, you have to get it in a certain position for it to clip back, but that one you can plonk
This
down.
one, you literally press the button, lift
Plonk
it
it
out,
off and
put
plonk
it
it
back
back
on,
on.
and then you can either keep doing that, or if you want to lift it, take it with you, then you just click the lock button and it's
Kat
there.
says, I'm going to have to add that to the schedule now then, aren't I? Now you two love it so much. There it is, $44.99 if you want Wendy's favourite
It is
iron.
my favourite.
$49.99.
Yes, that is my favourite. That would be my pick of the day, that would. So now all we're going to do, and I love it when a pattern says this, we're going to trim these to size. A lot of patterns just go and sew them together. And it doesn't matter how accurate you try and be sewing down that side, if you're a millimetre out either side, it's going to make your square out. So by then cutting them after, they're all going to be the same size.
Right, so it's good practice.
If you see a
isn't it?
pattern that says trim to size, you go, yes, yeah, that's really good. So now we're going to bring this little baby into play, because you can use your stripology to make half square triangles to trim them off. Now you'll see here, they've got, in this line here, they're 45-degree angles. Now this line here, because it is half of that right angle, is going to be 45 degrees. So if I place one of these 45-degree lines down that centre line, what I'm making sure is that my fabric, I know these need to be cut to 3.5 inches, so I'm trying to make sure that I get a little bit peeping out that side and a little bit peeping out that side, because then I know, and then I'm lining up that line in the centre. If I do that and cut both sides, I know that I've got a really, really even square. And then all we do, once we've cut those, we turn it around the other way, and then we bring one of these 45 degrees into line, and we just choose the one that works best for us, and that one's going to work really good for me. And I'm just checking I've got a little bit peeping out from the 0 and the 3.5. And now when I trim them off...
I mean, it's minuscule, isn't it, what comes off, but does it matter?
It does.
Okay.
That millimetre... So you wouldn't do it, would you?
Well... No, if you look, there's no wasting really there, is there, by trimming it up?
No.
You've got a minimal amount, but it does make a difference.
It makes a huge difference, because if I was just to put these together, you can see...
Yeah, you can see, actually.
Yeah. So just by trimming it down to the size you need, I now know that every single one of them is perfect. And by using the Stripology, I've got the fabric right in the corner, and that's going to make your intersections really, really match.
Right.
And that's it. So now all we need to do is put the square together.
Amazing.
That is it. So I'm just going to... And
how many blocks have you got in the...
24.
24. So you would do all your half square triangles for all 24 blocks?
I would, yes.
Okay.
But you don't have to, because... And before I had this, I'm not going to lie, I didn't like half square triangles because they were a bit of a faff to cut. With that, you could see how easy it was to trim them off. I now love half square triangles. If something's got that in, I don't mind at all. And it is simply a repeat pattern all the way through. So all I'm doing is, once you've made one, it's a good idea just to have that in front of you, because then you can just place the other ones exactly where they need to go, ready for joining. And that's all we need to do. And then we join the top row, and then the middle row, and then the bottom row, and then we join them all together.
Okay.
So we put them right sides together. Now, if you are fairly new, I would always pin. So just put a pin in there to stop that moving. And then I'm just going to sew 1/4 inch down the edge.
XL Stripology sold out. There's 2 minis left.
Dear. Okay. You won't be disappointed. It's a phenomenal piece of kit. And then we do that one to there. Now, how are we for time?
We're fine.
Oh, brilliant.
10 minutes.
Oh, gosh. Oh, that's good. I might actually get something finished. Might not. And then this row has got the half square triangles in, but we're not worried about it because we've got nothing to match it to, because it's a solid block of fabric. And that's why I've made it this way, so that it looks really effective, but it's so easy for those that are sitting on that fence that are not sure if they can do it or they can't.
That's what I love, is if you are a beginner, if somebody sees that, they wouldn't guess that you were a beginner. It still looks really sort of, it's got that incredible effect.
And that's what I'm all about, making something
Yeah.
look hard, but actually to create it is really, really easy.
And it displays your fabrics nicely, doesn't it?
Definitely. And I mean, it's a perfect snuggle blanket for autumn. I just, you know, we are coming into my favourite season. I love it.
It's hard though. It is hard getting up in the morning. The alarm went off and I thought, no, it surely can't be
I
that
did
time.
this morning, yes. I thought that. I did think that. I kept waking up last night, which was like really annoying because I thought it was time to get up and it was 2 o'clock. It was go back to bed again. I was just too excited to see you, Vix.
I've been really excited to see you. We've been counting down, haven't we?
For a long 7
time.
more sleeps. And it was the icing on the cake this morning to see Kerrie, so... Because I've spoken to her a lot, but I've never actually met her in the flesh.
And it's a shame, actually. You're both back to back each hour, so you won't even get a chance to
oh, no, we've had a good chat this morning, don't worry.
Good.
And now, all we do, so what I would do, personally, but you don't have to, I would then make all my strips together.
Okay.
I would just have them all, I would lay all the reds out and all the orange, all the brown, and then just pick them one at a time and make each of the blocks together. And then we're just going to sew them in their rows now. Now what you want to do with this one, I'm always saying to you, iron over to the dark side, but in this instance, you want to be ironing your seams outwards on the top and bottom rows, and it will make complete sense to you in a moment. I know you're surprised that something I've said actually makes sense, Vicky. Right.
Mini stripology's now sold out. Well done if you got either of the stripologies today.
I do
Got
apologise.
the squared on the website. If
Oh,
you
the
missed
squared's
it.
brilliant as well.
They're all great, all three of them.
Is it wrong that I've got all three? That's wrong, isn't it? That's just wrong.
No, it's great. I know lots of people that have actually. Kathy says, lovely demo this morning. Thank you, Wendy.
Bless. So with the bottom and the top row, I've ironed them, the seams to the outer, and then with this centre strip, I'm going to iron them to the inner. So the dark and the light fabric don't come into play now. And the reason I've done that, because you see I've got my half square triangle join there. If I try and fold this fabric back, we're going to have an awful lot of fabric there. And the whole point of nesting is to have the minimum amount of fabric you can have in the nest. And all nesting means is that you're butting two fabrics together and they kind of click into place. Right, there we go. So remember, these ones you iron outwards and then these ones you iron inwards. And then when you put them together, you've got what we call a nest. So this fabric is going that way and that fabric is going that way. And then when you sew them, they butt together and make a really neat join.
If you want one of the cut and press mats, by the way, that Wendy's using, they're on Thursday's show. People are asking about them, they're on Thursday's show.
Are they not available yet then?
Not yet. Not
Okay.
yet. Can I just quickly say, whilst Wendy's sewing, instructions are exactly the same instructions that we had in the summer. It's called Taste of Summer because we kitted it with summer fabrics. Because of how popular it was, we've sort of branded it with the autumn fabrics, autumnal fabrics. So you can still get the instructions on their own if you want them for $9.99. The graphics are on the screen just for your instructions individually. I wonder whether we'll do a spring and a winter version. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Winter will be amazing.
But today we've put it with our brand new Riley Blake. So the fabrics that Wendy's been working with is the one with the hot tomato. It's called your cream kit. So you have 2 meters, 1 meter of the orange, 1 meter of the brunette with these lovely floral designs. We're going to be doing these all individually by the half meter. Tomorrow we'll launch them individually. If there's any left, they've all been kitted for this kit, so do make the most of it. Plus you get half a meter, 7 of these kits left. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check out now. Hot tomato, you'll choose one of these for your borders, and then the other one will go in with your half square triangles. So that's your cream colourway. We've also got the brown colourway, which is the one, oh, by the way, if you're buying your kit, you get the instructions for free. You're not paying for the instructions in the kit. The one called brunette is the one with the khaki green in it. That's how to remember it. It is, I know why they've called it brunette, it's because of this one. This is your full meter, and it's the brunette with the vines. Then you also have that lovely print here, the vines with the cream half a meter, khaki green half a meter, and the large floral. Don't let this one pass you by, because that one's your favourite, isn't it, Wendy?
I have the benefit of being able to get up close and personal with these fabrics, and that is gorgeous.
I love this colour. Look at that one.
That's my favourite.
What a beautiful fabric.
I'm just thinking of cushion on its own for that. I'm sorry. I would have to get some of my stash at home to put in the bundle and then use that as a cushion.
Yeah, because that is so nice, isn't it? I do love it.
You do have a little bit left of each of them, so
Okay.
maybe you can just use it as a border around some plain fabric.
Oh, I love that. That's so beautiful. $48.49, such amazing prices. Remember, you get your instructions for free. Don't let that one pass you by. A final colourway is the one that the quilt was already made up with. It's called your orange colourway. There's 12 chances to get this still. If you've got it in your basket, again, check out. I know a lot of people are waiting and watching the demo, but I just wanted to make you aware just before we finish up with Wendy that there are limited stock on these now. So you have a metre of your orange, a metre of your yellow, and then half a metre of the cream large floral, the brunette, and then also your solid as well. The same way that Wendy's made the quilt up, it was in this fabric bundle. So there you go. That's what it looks like. And your instructions for free. You are saving £10 when you're purchasing the kits today. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Right, where are you? You've stitched your rows together, made a block.
That's it. So I've finished the block here, and by nesting those seams, because I ironed the middle one the other way, it means that my intersections are really, really sharp, really, really good. And then I just wanted to show you, because I've made 4, and then depending, so this one here, we are just doing them as they come. So we're just doing that, and that's how it would be. Or you could just turn it so you've got all the solids in the centre. And this, to your point, Vix, was the other design.
Oh, see,
I love
that.
that. As well. I love that.
Well, that'd be a nice cushion.
That would be an amazing cushion, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'd have a massive floor cushion if it was me. And then you can just put them where you jolly well like, because at the end of the day, it's your quilt. Now, doing that is really random. There's no pattern to it. And that looks more complicated than it is, because you've got those half square triangles dotted in there.
Yeah.
And then just turn it round.
This is what I like, is that you don't need to make a decision at the start. You don't need to go, which one we're going to do. It's actually just make all the blocks up, then lay them out and decide which way you prefer it. Because in the hot tomato, I'd probably go with the other block.
I would definitely do this for the hot tomato.
I would.
That would be my
just
choice.
looks gorgeous.
And you don't have to have that one as the second. You could change the colours, because as long as you keep the denominations, so you use the metre ones for the squares that have a metre, you can change those 2 around, so it doesn't matter.
Ah, brilliant. Love it. So many options. So many options. Is there anything else that you wanted to mention?
No, so then all you need to do is when you put them all together, it's exactly the same way as we've put those together in rows. You do exactly the same, but this time, obviously, you'll have blocks. It's no different. It's just that it's on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
But you will need to make sure that your intersections, that you pin them, because
you want them to match.
You want them to be really spot on. And then you just do exactly the same, then you put them in their rows. And when you've finished, you just put the border on. Yeah. Now, with the border, I will just say that the top, you get the width of fabric is going to be enough. However, you do need to join 2 pieces. Now, I've made sure that my joins go in between a join. You don't have to, but that's just a personal preference to me. You can have it anywhere you like it along the row, but I like to have it, and then it draws the eye away from it so you can't see it.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed. Brilliant.
And then you bind it with the fabric that's left over.
Oh, so there's enough fabric to do a
so
binding.
mine would be bound. Sorry, not that one, this one. So mine would be bound with that. How amazing does that look?
Love it.
That looks
Absolutely
incredible.
love it. So you've got enough in the kits to do your binding. You will have some fabric left over if you want to do some little bits and bobs for autumn as well, which would be
definitely
nice. You could do some nice little flowers. Have you seen how Alice and Marion's made those little like tulips and stuff? You could do like a nice autumnal bouquet, couldn't you?
They would be perfect.
Yeah, because you don't need much fabric for it. Thank you ever so much.
You're
back in
welcome.
and now with those tapestry bags.
Yeah. I'm just going to say hi to Kerrie on the way as we're passing like ships.
Oh yeah, honestly, we've got so much to do in this next hour. But
yes, I'm back with the
Wendy is
bags.
going to be back in the next hour with the tapestry bags. They are back in stock. I'm so thrilled that I get a look in on these, because every single time. Have you just done them the one?
Yes.
They flew out. Absolutely flew out. So we've got them back. Right. Very, very quickly, I do just want to make sure that everybody's clear on colourways and knows exactly what they're getting in each kit. So the one that Wendy's working with, because I know they all look quite similar, they're all with your Riley Blake. I nearly said Wendy Blake. Brand new Riley Blake fabrics. You've got 2 1 metre pieces, so that one's a whole metre. And so is the brown, which is beautiful. Look at these flowers. I do like that you've got all the different scales of print. Now, even if you're thinking of a different fabric, what a gorgeous collection. I'm sure you'll definitely use this in your stash for lots of different projects. Perfect autumnal kit, and you're getting the instructions for free. So even if you're thinking, right, I've got a pattern at home that I really want to try out, get the fabrics, you're only paying for the kit, but then bonus, you do get Wendy's pattern for free as well. So I'm sure absolutely you'll be able to use that with fabrics in your stash as well. £48.49, 3.5 metres of fabric, including your free pattern instructions, just £48.49. Okay, that's about to sell out. That is about to sell out. If you do want it, there is literally, well, there's more of you that have got it in your basket than we have available. Don't let the khaki pass you by. It's called brunette. Don't ask why. I think it's because of this fabric here, but it is the one with the khaki green solid, which is gorgeous. You also do get your full instructions from Wendy, but jot down today's date. Those of you that have watched and messaged in, thank you. Lots of people are saying how clear Wendy's demos always are, so it's definitely worth jotting down today's date, which is the 20th of November. Sorry, I'm skipping us 2 months. I was thinking, where's the year gone? It's the 20th of November. It's not. It's the 20th of September. It's your birthday on Sunday. Is this why we're going out next Friday? Oh, is it this Friday? Oh, I've got so much going on, Elliot. I'll try and make it. I'm moving house next weekend. Right, 48, 49. This is your brunette colourway. And then finally, the one that Wendy has already made up was in the orange. Remember, your instructions are for free. You may as well get your bundles. We do have the pattern individually, but look at how beautiful these fabrics are. So it is a taste of summer, but we've rejigged it with new fabrics, especially for autumn. 1/2 metre of your solid brunette, 1/2 metre of the brown with the lovely greens, the florals 1/2 metre, and then 1 metre of your vine in mustard, and 1 metre of this one as well, your leaves in orange. 48, 49, amazing prices today. Go on.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think you do get the binding. I meant to say the border.
The border.
It was the border, yeah. So it's not the binding, it's the border. You probably be able to make a scrappy binding with all the bits that's left over.
Love that.
But yeah, it's the border that you get.
Brilliant. Thank you. £48.49. If you do want to add some more fabric to your order, watch tomorrow's show, as we will be doing all of these by the 1/2 metre as well. So if you're thinking, do you know what, I want to make a cushion to go with, I want to do a bag, I want to make different accessories, I want to make the quilt larger. If you do want to make a larger version, come in and buy a couple of the 1/2 metres tomorrow. You'll be able to do it. But look at the end result. Isn't it gorgeous? Thank you ever so much, Wendy. Don't forget, over the break, have a look. Moda scrap bags are back in stock for $14.99. We'll put them in the graphics during the break. You can still check out. We've got hundreds of chances today. Back in stock, especially. Bubbles coming up. Brand new table runner. The Wreath back in stock. All coming up with Kerrie. It's Christmas with Living in Loveliness. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hello, welcome back. Well done to everybody who managed to secure their scrap bags over the break. Loads more have gone. Those of you that want it wasn't an early bird today, it was a Cat special. I think she was getting a bit jealous that Cat always spends hours finding you the best treats, and then Neil come waltzing in last week, 10 o'clock every day, and did the most amazing deals for everybody as manager specials. So Cat's decided, you know what, I'm back for a week and I'm going to get into trouble, and I'm raiding the stock and finding the best things. It's literally just come back into stock. It's the amazing Moda scrap bag. They come on air and they sell out that same day. So if you do want your scrap bag, it's only $14.99, and you get loads of Moda fabrics in there. It's all done on weight, so some of them are shorter strips, some of them are wider, some of them are full width, but they're all Moda quilting, beautiful fabrics, loads of fabric in there. I did have a good look through them at 8, but I will later on as well. $14.99. Talking of back in stock, the bauble, the only bauble you're going to need this Christmas. It is the most amazing design. Wendy was just in awe of this. She says, do you know what? I loved it on screen, but it's even better in real life. It's so intricate and so beautiful. And do you know what? It's really easy for us all to do. Sitting in front of the television, watching a Christmas film, or watching Cruella. Have you watched Cruella yet? Isn't it brilliant? It's so good. I knew Kerrie would love it. But the kits are so nice. They're all boxed. They're only $13.99. I know people have bought multiples. So if you do want the bauble, we've got half the quantity that we had last time we did Christmas with Kerrie. They've already been selling on pre-order. You've got everything in here that you need. So you get your polystyrene ball. You then get all of your fabrics, which are beautiful, assorted Christmas fabrics, but all in this lovely sort of traditional colourways. So you've got your holly. You've also got your reds. They're gorgeous. I've seen on the fan page, actually, some people have blues and silvers as well, which are lovely. And you get your box of pins. So it's all pinned into place. Plus you have your ribbon to make the lovely bow and your instructions. Now, we've done lots of demos of these in the past. If we get a chance, we might do a little mini sort of look through it. But watch back. 15th of August was the last time, and we did quite an extensive demo, which all of them sold out. You'll see during the demo, I mean, we had hundreds of them to start with, and Kerrie says, I can never do the demo quick enough for these to sell out. We're not going to do a demo on this today, but we're just so excited that it's back in stock. We couldn't do, well, Kerrie came in full Christmas mode. She was like, where's everybody, where's Christmas? Why am I the only person that's full Christmas today? Because you're Mrs. Christmas, aren't you?
It's so true.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I didn't know it was the first time you'd met Wendy.
Yes, and we've spoken lots through lockdown on Facebook and through the fans page, so it's wonderful to meet in person today, actually. Quite exciting.
I said to you just in the break, she makes, and we're very loud, you know, bubbly people, and Wendy makes me feel quiet.
She brings the sunshine, doesn't she?
She does. She's bounds of energy. She really is. Now, I know that we're not going to talk about this all day because we've got loads of exciting things, but the bauble is back.
It's back.
And I know that you have lots of messages all the time, don't you, to bring this one
to
back?
bring the ball back, yes. So we squeeze it in, but as you say, we are limited on those today.
Yeah, and there's no sewing with this, is
No
there?
sewing, there's lots of pinning, and it's, like you say, it's a lovely project. It's quite nice now the nights are a little darker to have a project to sit and do in front of the TV, and this is certainly one of those projects.
And your fabrics come all sort of pre-cut,
Everything's
ready to
all
go?
pre-cut. You've got your ribbon in there, you've got your pins in there, and your step-by-step instructions as well. And once you've got the pattern there, of course, you can make them in any colours that you want to as well. But the kits do come with traditional fabrics in there.
Please will you send in your photographs of all your baubles that you've made, because I have seen them on the fan page, but we want to see them on the show. If you want to see them, we'll put them on the screen. There's less than 50. Do make the most of it. I know that we started with hundreds of these last time. We've got half the stock this time, so do make the most of it whilst you can. What was that, Elliot? Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? I know that this is one of Elliot's favourites. It's £13.99. I think it's good, you know, for everybody, even to get your friends involved who aren't sewers. You can do
We
lovely
did have, I
crafty
think,
days.
after one of the first shows, somebody had bought a set of them, and I think I said this last time I was in. They organised a Zoom party where they were all sitting at home. With a cup of tea, I'm sure, and was all making these together. So it's a nice way. It's pre-cut. There's not any planning that goes into this because we've done it all for you.
Have you been making all of these for Craig? Because didn't he want...
How
many of these did you
13.
want?
13. I think we're still only on 5. And actually, normally when I demo them on the show, I finish it off on that day, and we're getting closer.
Oh, good.
We've still got plenty of time for 13. I don't know why he wants 13 or where he intends to hang them, because they are quite large, and you certainly can't have 13 unless you have a huge Christmas tree, which we don't.
Oh, I love it. It's that special one, isn't it? You know, every year I have a special ball, which I like to have one new one each year, or a lovely one as a gift. This is a really nice special gift for somebody, and every year you'll get this out and remember, you know, making it as well.
It would be a lovely gift, actually, because of course you're going to receive that, and you've still got time if you keep your tree up to pop it on there, and then of course bring it back the following year. It is a really special gift, actually. Very lovely.
£13.99. Right, enjoy.
Though I
I'll
do
update
just
you.
want to tell you, a lady got in touch with me after the last show, and she bought the kit, and actually what she's done in the centre where the red is she's put pictures in there, and she's made them for her friends as well. So I thought that was really, really lovely, a lovely way to use those.
Like
so
photographs.
she's actually put photographs in there for Christmas. So
Oh, that's such
really
a good
special.
idea.
Really
special. Oh, amazing. Please send in your photos. We'd love to see them. Right, there's less than 20 now. If you want it, be quick. That will sell out in the next few minutes. If you are in a bit of a queue, thank you for your patience. We can see that you're in a queue, and the customer service team are about to answer your call. So hold the line. The quickest way is to get on the app or the web if you can, but not long to wait on the phone line. I'll update you on stock on that one. Are we going to go straight into the table runner, or do you want to just tell you about the wreath as well? Yeah, because like the bauble, the wreath and the bauble are always in such high demand that I do want to make sure that everybody's aware that they are back. Now, when we went to Festival of Quilts, Kat and I obviously went to see Kerrie on her amazing stand, and there was the wreath, and I went, "Oh, you got the wreath?" She was like, "I need to put it away. Too many people are asking about it," and it's all completely sold out. Every single time we bring it to air, it sells out, and this is another really lovely, fun, crafty project, isn't it? Without having to get your sewing machine out. If you want to sit in front of the telly, if you want to get the children involved, if you want to get your friends involved as well. And I must say, having a wreath like this, whether it be, me and Kat were talking about this actually, because Kat's moved into a new home, and she was saying she wants an indoor wreath this year. She says, I want a fabric indoor wreath. This one is perfect, isn't it, Kat? And you have, let me open up the box. Inside, you have everything you need, don't you, Kerrie?
Yes. Yes.
Oh no, there's less than 30 though. Oh, remind me, you have your lovely little
Dotting tool.
dotting tool.
Dotting tool.
Kat was calling it a dobber.
It is, and I've called it a bodger when I've been
Bodger.
on, and I get lots of emails asking me. It's actually called a dotting tool. That's the correct word for those.
So you get
really
your
nice
dotting tool.
little dotting tool. So your kit comes with everything. You've got 3.5 meters of the coordinating fabric, Christmas inspired there. You've got your polystyrene ring, your dotting tool, and your step-by-step instructions. You will need a set of really good pinking shears as well.
Brilliant. You can find those on our website. There are really good pinking shears on our website if you want them. You've got your bodger, I'm going to call it a bodger, your polystyrene instructions, and all 3.5 meters for £24.99. Once again, please do make sure you are quick with this. What's the stock level on this one, Kat, did you say? All of them is selling on pre-order. We're now less than 30. Less than 30. This isn't the main project today. It's not one we're going to be doing a demo on, but there is demos on you. Oh, sorry. We can do.
It's very quick.
Yeah. Go on then.
Quick.
If you want to show us, go on then. Go on then. If you want to show us a bit, and then we can talk about the table runner, because that's brand new today as well.
That's brand new today. It's really, really quick and easy to make. Incredibly easy. You've got your dotting tool in there. I have already cut some of the fabrics. In fact, these were left over from the last time I did the demo, and we have done a full demo of this, but super easy. You're simply going to pop the fabric in your hand. Now, you could rotary cut these, but I think it looks lovely with a pink and sheer finish on there. Simply pop your tool into the centre of the fabric, bring this across, so you're creating a triangle there, and as you push this down, that gives that that lovely effect, and simply push this into the polystyrene ring. Now, I do recommend using a little bit of PVA glue, because that just secures that fabric into your ring, and at this point you would just dab that into your PVA glue and push that directly into your polystyrene ring. Leave a little finger space, 1/4 inch-ish, in between each one, because naturally as you fill this around the ring, then it is going to push out and give you that lovely textured finish as well. You don't want them too close, otherwise it will start to break your polystyrene ring. And I would just simply, on your circle, work in sections, working from the inside of the ring to the outside of the ring. So a really super fast and nice, easy project. Certainly great project to be doing when you're sitting in front of the TV. No sewing machine for this one.
You can sit in front of the sewing machine
you can if you want to.
You
can if you want to, of course.
The baubles sold out. Well done if you got it. We always need more of those, Kerrie. Need more. Hopefully, I don't know whether we'll be able to get any more before Christmas.
I'm sure we can. We have a super busy week ahead, so we were limited on time with the amount that we could bring to you today.
Oh, thank you for those though. Well done if you did manage to get them. Also, very, very limited on the Wreath, less than 20 of those. I'll update you on stock as we go along. Great kit for $24.99. Right, we're ready for a brand new Living in Loveliness project, and it's gorgeous. Look at this. So I've got, I know it's table runner, which would be perfect for the centre of your Christmas table, but I've got like a little sideboard at home where I'm thinking this would be lovely to sit along the top of the sideboard. It's a perfect size. My mum's also got one of those, you know, like a leaf table that she has down with a couple of little Christmassy bits on.
I'm going to be honest, although I have made this for the table runner, it is for my sideboard.
Yeah.
So it is the perfect length for your sideboard.
It is,
well.
Absolutely. Or I'm thinking if you've got a single bed, a little bed.
Yeah, that's a
little
nice
bed
idea.
runner.
I like that. I love a leaf table as well.
Yeah.
That's a nice idea, over the sides.
Yeah, oh, it's absolutely gorgeous.
And I know when I was doing workshops, a lady made a runner and she had it on a small table. She'd only got a Christmas tree, but she had it on a small table overhanging a little table, so it was, you know, showcased at the side of the table as well, beneath the Christmas tree when she filled it with Christmas.
Good idea.
Christmas presents.
Good idea, because actually my mum, well, the last couple of years she's moved house. It's a smaller house now, and we've got a little dog who tends to pull at everything. So she hasn't been doing big Christmas trees. She actually gave me the Christmas tree a few years ago. So she just has a little twig tree with a few nice baubles, but she just puts, you know, things like this, a little cushion. If you don't want to go full decorations, I think after last year, I don't know about you, you either went one way or the other and went full Christmas or maybe a bit more reserved. But these are really lovely things that I really struggled to have the energy to put up a Christmas tree last year. How crazy is that? I was, one, very pregnant, but also I just didn't feel as Christmassy because we were all in lockdown. So I think if you still want to try and make a bit of an effort but can't bother to go up in the loft and get all the decks down, projects like this are really lovely to still say, look, I've made an effort. It's Christmas in the household, but without having to go the whole shebang.
Very good. Yeah.
So the table runner, we have the kit. Now the instructions, I must note, because this is the great thing about Kerrie, is that she's very active on social media. You meet lots of the different fans. You speak with lots of the different sewers, and you take on board their feedback, don't you? So
we try to.
Somebody has asked you about potentially putting in a cutting out layout diagram, and that's what you've done.
And that's what we've done.
So in here, you can see the best way of cutting out.
So if you look just enclosed in your welcome letter, there's another example there of how to cut your fabrics. Now your kit will come with the fabric that you're going to need for the project, but as recommended, we recommend to buy 1/2 meters of the different fabric, and we're showing you how to get the most from your fabric so you've got plenty left for your stash as well.
Oh, that's good.
So how to lay your fabrics out, how to get the measurements from that 1/2 meter or 3/4 of a meter, and exactly what you're going to have left for your stash as well.
Right, so each of these, A, F and H, they're all different fabrics, and
Yes,
I,
so they're all your green fabrics.
Love it, love it, love it. And also note, slightly different with your
Slightly different
instructions this
patterns,
time,
yes.
that you haven't got photographs, you've got diagrams.
We've got diagrams this time.
I think that actually makes it even clearer to see what you're doing. Do you?
Yeah, definitely. So we'd had a couple of messages saying it was particularly difficult to see some of the photos with the size of them, where to push your seams, etc. So we've done diagrams this time to show you how to mark those up, how to lay those out, and where to position your fabrics as well. And there is a diagram for each step. Well, pretty much each step as you work through the project.
Perfect. Oh, we've had so many lovely messages. Leslie's just said, morning Vicky and Kerrie, so good to see you. Have both the bauble and the wreath. They are fab kits to make. Love them. Bauble sold out. Wreath looking like it's going to sell out any minute. We've got a question about the wreath, just very quickly from Linda. Kerrie, do you use the thin end or the fat end of the dotty tool for the wreath?
It's entirely up to yourself, actually, which end. I always tend to use the thicker end on the dotting tool, but play with the dotting tool, see how you get on. But I would always recommend the thickest ball on there or the biggest ball on there.
Thanks, Linda. There you go. Let us know how you get on. So, in your kit, talk us through what you get, Kerrie.
So you're getting all the fabrics that you're going to need to cut for the top of the table runner and also the binding as well. Now, we haven't pre-cut the binding for you, but there is plenty of fabric there for you to add to the binding as well.
Oh, look at this.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love this print.
Do you know what I love as well? Those of you that have got any other of the Sewing in Scraps or the Christmas Fabulously Fat Quarters, they're all going to coordinate. Kerrie's got some beautiful Christmas fabrics this year that have got that amazing metallic gold. But it's not the scratchy gold that if you press it, it's going to disappear. No. This is lovely quality fabric, isn't it?
It's got that lovely metallic, and I really like, especially if you're putting this on your sideboard or your table runner, and particularly under your Christmas tree, it's nice to have those metallics with your twinkly lights. So you're going to receive the 3 fabrics. We've got the cream and the red with tiny little gold dots on there. Then we've also got that green with the holly and the tiny little star. So that's everything you need for the top of the runner and the binding. You will need your batting and you will need some backing fabric as well, and I've just put a plain red onto the back of mine.
Absolutely, go onto the website. There's plenty of solids on the web which you can get really affordably. What about some Thermolan? I'm thinking if you are going to be putting your veggies and things
Lovely
like that,
idea,
protect your table, Thermolan's good. There's lots of different waddings and different options on the website.
I do feel with Thermolan, the more you have in your stash, the more reasons you find to use it and incorporate in your projects as well. So it's a great thing to use in this particular project as well.
Absolutely.
Especially if you like having, your bowls of vegetables or potatoes, if you don't put them out on each plate, which is really nice. My mum does Christmas dinner like that. Help yourself, and it is lovely.
Oh, definitely, because then you feel like, someone plates it up and you think, that's not enough roast potatoes for me.
We insisted that my mum did it so we could help ourselves because she puts so much on your plate. So I've got a growing 16-year-old boy, and he spent some time with my mum at the weekend, and he said, I just can't physically eat the amount of food that she gives me.
Oh, my mum's the total opposite. We go to my mum's in the morning, then to Kieran's mum's on the afternoon, and Kieran has two dinners.
Oh, gosh.
Because he says my mum's dinners are just really minimal. She does very healthy Christmas dinner. So then we go and have all the roast potatoes then at my mother-in-law's. But this as well, once you've got the block and know how to do it, this would make really lovely cushions.
Beautiful cushions, yeah. That's where I'm going to use the block from today to make a nice matching cushion to
nice
go with.
Tote bag to go and do Christmas shopping.
Yeah, great.
Oh, brilliant. Right, so where do we start then? That's your kit, $32.99. Instructions available on their own as well,
Yes,
Kerrie, actually,
they are,
I must mention. If you do want the instructions separately, maybe you've got Christmas fabrics in your stash, go for it, $9.99, just £9.99. Always lovely and thorough with Kerrie's patterns. And even clearer now with as well your cutting instruction added bonus extra sheet, and also lots of lovely diagrams. You do get your instructions in the kits, but if you wanted it separately, it's $9.99. Right, over to you, Kerrie.
So we're going to make one of the blocks today. I've pre-cut all of the fabrics and I've just placed them out according to the diagram. I am doubling up the fabrics, certainly the E&F pieces and also for the flying geese as well. So we'll just start with the E&F pieces. These are going to make the squares or the larger section of the tree there. And if we do this, is a little bit of a production line here. So first of all, what we're going to do is to place the 4 green pieces, or the E pieces, flat onto the table. And then the lighter fabric, so if you are using your own fabrics, then I would always, when you're marking up the fabrics, like I'm going to show you in just a moment for your half square triangles, just make sure that the lighter fabric is the one that's facing you. It just makes it a little easier for you to see those lines on there. So what we're going to do is to just use a ruler and a fabric pen. And first of all, we're going to do a solid line along each of those squares. I've already done this one, but just so it's easier for you to see. So we'll do that on all 4.
It's a lot different to any of the other Christmas tree blocks I've seen, actually. It almost looks like it's been done with foundation paper piecing because it's so intricate, but it's great that you don't need to do FPP with it.
This is it. It's actually, you've just got really flying geese and half square triangles. It took me a little time to play with this one. I really enjoyed doing this.
Yeah.
I've been threatening to make a Christmas tree table runner for a long time, and I really wanted to fit that in this year.
It takes time, doesn't it?
Yes, definitely. It really does. So I do find it's easier for myself. I think we all find things that remind us. So my sew lines, just to remind me, we can often find that something crops up and we have to stop the project. So I do find the marking is really, really important, especially if I'm coming back to this project at a later stage.
Well, sometimes blocks, the centre line is your cut line, or sometimes it's your sew line. So yeah, that's a good idea.
So I tend to just do a dash line for the sew line, just as a reminder for myself.
And then it's nice as well, something a guide to follow, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you are newer to sewing, I know lots of people can just get their eye in now and do the 1/4 of an inch. But when you're starting, it's a real minefield, isn't it? I'm like, I don't even know what a 1/4 of an inch looks like. I've always worked in centimetres.
Yeah. And when you've just had a new machine as well, I know lots of people are just having new machines. It's worth getting used to your new machine, isn't it? So all I've done is created that centre solid line. I'm then putting the 1/4 inch on top of that solid line and just creating my sew lines.
Kerrie, are you going to need a new machine?
Yes.
Kerrie's machine fell out the boot of her car the other day.
It was a very sad day.
That is a really sad day. Because they're very heavy, aren't they?
And not only that, I have a bag for it. I didn't put it in there.
Oh, so it wasn't in its case?
No.
Kerrie.
I know. Definitely a regrettable schoolboy error.
There you go. However,
it's always nice to have a reason to buy a sewing machine.
Oh, you have to
I'm
watch
looking
tomorrow.
on the bright side.
Hint, hint, hint. Tomorrow. Just watch tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
Now, I'd be lying if I didn't say I have several machines in my collection. Yeah, it just happened to be my favourite one. So I'm just sliding some pins through to keep these together. And just avoiding those lines. Well, luckily we have birthdays and Christmases coming up, don't we? So it's never too early to have a premature present, is it?
It's Elliot's birthday on Sunday.
Oh, is it? Happy birthday for Sunday.
Wendy Orlando's birthday next Friday. Lots of birthdays.
Very exciting.
Is it your 30th, Elliot? Oh, my word.
A special birthday then.
Yeah, very special birthday. When are we in tomorrow together? Okay. Maybe we need to do your birthday show tomorrow then. Can we do a birthday special with Elliot tomorrow, Cats? I'll bring cake. Any excuse, eh? Any excuse to bring cake in.
You and Kat bought cake for my birthday last year, didn't you? Hint, hint.
As I said, any excuse to bring in a cake. Where it's like, yes, let's bring cake.
So I'm just simply sewing along those 2 dashed lines.
It helps
now.
to do the chain piecing, especially when you're sewing on a corner. We were just talking to Wendy about it actually, and my machine can tend to chew down if it doesn't like sewing on a corner.
And not just that, I mean, although we've only got 4 here, it does help keep this, you know, I quite like a speedy project, but it does help reduce the amount of thread that you're wasting, which is why I really like chain piecing. But of course, keep that, especially if you're doing lots of half square triangles in this particular, with this particular technique.
And so you just go all the way down the one side and
then pivot it around and all the way down the opposite side.
Yep, going down the dash line, Kat. How's your cast? Is that sorted out now, your cast situation? No. Oh, she gave me the eyes to say, don't ask.
Don't ask. It's been awful.
Oh, it's been one thing after another with your car, hasn't it?
It has, yes. It's always the way, isn't it?
Have you had 3 things? Because it generally happens in 3s, doesn't it?
I feel like I've had a few more than that of late.
No.
So I'm ready for 3 good things today. This is the first one.
Sue's watching. She says, morning, Vicky, Kerrie and everybody. And Sarah says hello to you as well with a lovely ladybird little emoji.
Oh, good morning. Yes, we've been very busy getting ready for shows and dealing with cars. We're at Exeter next week. This week.
Okay.
This week.
When's the Ali Pali show?
Ali Pali is the 20th, I think, of next month, but we're not doing Ali Pali now. So we're doing Exeter and then the Christmas one at the NEC.
Is there a Christmas one?
Yes.
Kat, we need to book that in as our little date.
You have a lovely diary of dates, don't you, at the moment?
Me and Kat are seeing each other a bit too much, aren't we? We didn't see each other yesterday.
You had a break.
She helped me clean my new house with me on Saturday.
Oh, how lovely. It's always nice to have
do
help
it,
with
and
that.
she was like, oh, I'd actually really love to. Like, it would be really good. And then I think John Scott said, like, what are you doing? And Kat said, no, I really enjoy cleaning. Until I gave her a bucket of clean stuff and said, right, are you going to the bathrooms, doing the bathrooms, not the nice jobs?
Kat got the short straw. Oh,
I took a picture of her in the bath, scrubbing it. Said to John Scott.
That is real friendship if you have somebody to come and clean your house, and in particular a bathroom.
Yes, absolutely.
So all I've done there is I've just trimmed along that solid line, and then I'm simply pressing against the seam now to make that half square triangle. And I'll repeat that. So I do find it easier if I have the darker fabric facing up towards me, and then just pressing against that seam there.
So then that means it's automatically going to go towards the dark
That's
side.
right, yeah.
Okay.
We lived in army quarters for quite some time, so the cleaning was, when you're leaving a quarter, was just really difficult to make sure everything was pristine.
Yeah.
And it's the scariest thing. If anybody's lived in army quarters, it's worse than exams, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, do they come round?
They come round and they check, and you get billed for not is up to standard, and it's always a worry.
Oh my word! Well, after my boot camp with
Delphine,
yeah, all the army men, I was scared. I did have to really try. Normally, I modify all of my exercises. I'm like, oh, I'll just do the lower impact option. You just couldn't do that on Friday's Delphine class. Oh, I'm going to the Ali Pali, miss going, can't wait, Lulu said. I think everybody's really excited to get back to...
It's really exciting. It is really exciting to be getting back out to shows. And I'm at Exeter this week, and I'm teaching all week, so it's really even more exciting. So it's going to be a lovely few days. So what I'm going to do on here now is to just double check that these are finishing at 4.5 inches, and just give these a little trim if they need them, just to take those dog ears off there.
Oh, and it's just teeny amounts, isn't it? But we said
tiny amounts, but
such a difference.
actually when you're making a block like this, it really is worth taking those extra few moments, and it really is only seconds to do this, as you can see. Some you take absolutely nothing off, and I'm sure you've found this when you've been making blocks if you're a quilter or if you enjoy patchwork, and others you can take a little bit more off, like I'm going to on this one here. And it can make the world of difference actually. And this step, if skipped, can add a lot of frustration when you're trying to make those pieces fit.
Worth doing. It's worth just spending those couple of minutes. Oh, lovely message from Jean. Good morning, Vicky and Kerrie. Both of you looking good on this sunny September morning. Is it sunny out there? It was very dark when we came in this morning. Looking forward to your demo, says Jean.
It's surprising actually when I leave here just how lovely the weather is outside. Because as you say, it is very dark when we come in. I do feel like that when we're working from the unit though, because we have an industrial unit and there is only a small window in the roof. So you have an inclination that it might be a bit warm outside until you actually step outside at the end of the day, and we've missed the sunshine.
Oh, thank you, Marie. It's just because my friend lives near there, and I did say, I want to go to the Ali Palace show. It's the 7th to the 10th of October.
Oh, is it? I thought it was
so you've got
20th.
Exeter, you've got that one, the Christmas one. Oh, there's loads of shows still to look forward to then. Hi, Janet. Good morning. Just got the bauble. Yay. And the wreath. Never done anything like it before, so hopefully I'll be able to do them. Oh, Janet, you'll have no problem. No problem at all. There's plenty of help and tips, and there's also demonstrations where Kerrie's previously done them on the show on our YouTube channel. In fact, I think there's a whole sort of playlist of Kerrie's Living in Loveliness demos on there, so you'll be able to find it, Janet. No problem. Let us know when you've done them. And Kerrie, I know you always love to see the pictures.
I do, yeah, I do. And if you have any problems, there is an email address that you can contact us on inside the kits as well if you have any, if you need any help with anything.
Yvonne's coming to see you on Sunday. Looking forward to seeing you, Kerrie, at Exeter on Sunday. Bring some friends with me as well.
Oh, how exciting. Come and say hi.
So you're busy preparing for that as well?
We have been very busy getting ready for that, yeah. So I haven't been live as frequent as I normally would be, which I'm really missing doing. But the children, of course, have gone back to school and there's lots of ferrying around, so... and we're back to normal almost now, aren't we?
So what's Alex doing now? Because he's left school, hasn't he?
He's left school. He's at college doing carpentry and joinery, and he's just made me the most amazing display stand. He was finishing painting it last night, actually, for putting our collections on there. So
it's very handy having a carpenter then.
I was like, here's your first commission.
Yeah.
One, it means you're not out and about, and
yeah,
I can keep my eye on you, although he stayed with my parents. And two, it means that I get a lovely set of shelves, and he's got some work experience as well. So
Perfect.
That's been it's brilliant as well. So it's just quite nice. What we found is we didn't really have much space to actually show the projects that you could make from the patterns. So
now you've got your display.
Now we have them.
Right, so then the flying geese units.
So we've got those there together. We will just pop these out because it's always quite nice to put them out in the layout and actually see the project come together. And it's a lovely, easy block to make.
This would be a nice one to embellish as well with, I'm thinking...
bells. We was not thinking bells.
But bells, yes, put bells on it. I was thinking like beads and sequins.
But that's bells. A great idea because I do always love how Delphi pom-poms. I do love pom-pom trim. I got really excited about bells then.
Yeah.
I thought we were on the same wavelength then.
What about metallic threads? Would be lovely.
Now, if you are intending on putting your, your vegetables and things, you might not want to have bells. It might make your plates unsteady, but it's a lovely idea.
No, but if you're making the block into like a tote bag and you're going to do a bit of a Christmas fruit and veg shop with your tote bag.
Oh, yeah.
With bells on.
They'd certainly hear
I'll be
you
there
coming, wouldn't
with
they,
bells on, and you can literally turn up to the party with bells
Vicky,
on.
I just really want a tote bag now with bells on.
Just so
I think I may forfeit the cushion and have bells.
Yes.
And a tote bag instead. So what I've done here for the flying geese, again, you can do this as a little bit of a production line. I had already put these on top. I've simply turned these over. The top one, you have your cream, and then the next 4 in the row, you've got your red. So just turn these so they're pattern facing. And again, we're going to just draw a line on there.
Kerrie, do I have enough in my kit to do the binding?
Yes, there is enough in the kit.
Brilliant. So you have everything you need in the kit to do the top of, all you need to add is your wadding and your backing. You've got enough fabric there to do all of the blocks, 3 blocks, and your binding, 3 half-metre pieces. And you're also getting, remember, your really lovely thorough instructions. And if you do want the instructions individually, then £9.99. But it's a nice size table runner. It's really good to have on your table on Christmas Day. Or we was discussing when you've got your Christmas decorations up on a sideboard or even a single bed. For the block, you could then use it for cushions. We were saying about tote bags. Lots
with
of different
bells.
Options. Yeah, please somebody, will you put bells on it and send in a photograph?
It would make me so happy. I had a lady who came to class and everything she made had bells on it, and it was just lovely. She made little bowl cosies and they had bells on. Everything she put bells on. It became a bit of a, we could put bells on this. And,
That's
a bit like your
hilarious.
button, love. You know, we're sort of like, if we have them, we must use them.
That's hilarious. She must have had a lot of bells to use up.
She did.
I'll put them on my bowl.
She got like
covers.
she made little sweetie bags up for people in the end because everybody's like, can I just have a few of your bells? So she came with the little sweetie bags and handed them out. Oh, I really missed that about doing classes.
£32.99. Your main graphic is for your kit and your side is for your instructions individually. Very busy today. I think everyone's getting all excited, ready for Christmas. Oh, less than 100 days. I think there's something like 95 days, 96 days or something.
97.
97. Oh, you know, that's hilarious.
My children do keep telling me.
Not long, not long. You are on a huge countdown. I'm not surprised. Have you started your Christmas shopping? I bet you have to do it early, don't you?
Yeah, I tend to just pick things up when I see them because it's very busy and it's very busy for everybody in December. I mean, the last few years have been very different, but I really love going along to children's, their sew-alongs and things. And it's the last few years of my youngest at primary school, so all that's going to stop soon.
Oh.
So all I'm doing now is, again, I've done that dashed line on the flying geese here, and again I'm just using the chain stitch method to bring all of those together.
Just while you're stitching those down, I'm thinking of Christmas presents. If you are wanting to get ahead with Christmas presents, if you know a sewer, or do you know what, actually, even whether you're not a sewer, these are really lovely, almost like paperweights as well. They're pattern weights, and they are beautiful. These are your Living in Loveliness pattern weights, and inside there's such beautiful quotes. They come in a really, really lovely tin, and I think this would be ideal for a present. Do you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Look, beautiful minds inspire others. Enjoy the little things. Beauty is all around us. And look, you've got the peacocks, you've got the lovely owls. They're so beautiful, aren't they? These are always really popular whenever we get them in. I always struggle with opening things. There we go. And look, they've got the Living in Loveliness branding on the other side as well. If you've got a fan or you know somebody who loves or carries kits, these are really nice gifts for people. And they are nice and weighty, obviously. They are your pattern weights. So if you know a dressmaker, they're just nice to have around your craft room, aren't they?
They are pattern weights, and they, that's what they've been designed for. They are wonderful to have in your collection, especially if you're a dressmaker.
Yeah.
The wonderful thing about when people order things, they love to share what they've come up with, and it's always lovely to see what people make with the kits. I was really impressed when a couple of people sent these. I think it was in the fans group. They'd put a little magnetic sticker on the back as well to make them for their pin boards to hold their patterns, or one lady in particular, if she was coming to classes, she'd put her measurements on there if she'd made some adaptations to patterns perhaps, and just put them onto a magnetic board, which was a lovely idea as well.
Good idea, really good idea. They are really lovely. £13, $13.99. Also, another good little gift, speaking of gifts today, what about Liberty scrap bags? I love these, Kerrie. Your Liberty scrap bags have been so popular. And I mean, it's all beautiful quilted cotton, quilting weight cotton, isn't it? And it's all assorted. So it's done, again, like our Moda scrap bags that we were talking about, it's done by weight, not by how much you're getting. So it's £8.99 and you get 50 grams of true Liberty fabrics. Various different prints. Those of you that have seen Kerrie's kits before, you know that she picks out some of the most beautiful fabrics for her collections. So you're going to get stunning fabrics. And they're all different sizes. You could get 4 or 5 prints. You could get less with bigger pieces. If you know what I mean, just £8.99. But these have been really, really popular. And I think that'd be a lovely, lovely print, a lovely gift idea. We do also have, those of you that love Kerrie's kits, you know she loves the Liberty and also Riley Blake. So with any of, I'm not even calling them scraps, because these look like they're, you know,
well, we get lots
sizes,
of questions asking what you could make with these. So with the shows being this week, yesterday, I just used one of the polystyrene rings, a scrap bag, so to show people what you can sort of make. People like lots of ideas of what they can make with collections. And I made just little fabric flowers using the Clover fabric flower maker, and little self-covering buttons, and made a wreath with the flowers on the side as well. And that was just using a scrap bag. There's plenty in there to do things like that as well.
Look, there's loads of fabric there. £8.99. If you love your Riley Blake, you're going to get some lovely collections. And you've worked with lots of gorgeous collections from Riley Blake, haven't you?
Yes, we have, yeah.
Like with the Liberties, you'll have beautiful fabrics, really beautiful fabrics in your scrap bags. Right, just so you know, because we were talking about doing some Christmas shopping, we think they'd make really lovely gift ideas. There are now less than what, sorry? Right, there's less than 10 wreaths. There are less than 10 wreaths. The baubles completely sold out. If you want the wreath, it comes with your polystyrene ring, your ribbon, your fabrics, all of your 3 different fabrics. You'll just need a good pair of pinking shears. You get the dobber to be able to poke the fabrics in, and a little bit of glue as well. You just need a little bit of glue to keep them in place. But that's it, and it does make the most beautiful fabric wreath, doesn't it? Really gorgeous. £24.99. This is what it looks like finished. Always very, very popular. We've had loads of messages of people saying that they bought both the wreath and the bauble. They're nice together, actually, aren't they? And the Christmas table runner, they all work well together, actually.
If you love your traditional fabrics like I really do, we try and make all of the Christmas collections with those, you know, the same sort of metallic fabrics, so they naturally complement. So you may have bought one of these. We had these kits on last year as well. We've added new ones to the collections, but kept the similar fabrics, so they all naturally complement each other.
Right, so what are you doing now, Kerrie?
So what I've done now, so I simply pressed along there, so I've kept one just to show you. So I've trimmed away, so if I just go back and show you this. So where we had sewn that on that dotted line, we didn't mark this one up, I've just trimmed away to leave 1/4 inch overhanging. I've then pressed the seam to the darker fabric, which is the green, and then taking one more of the little squares here, and I've repeated this, I have already gone ahead and sewn those. We're then placing the second square on top. Using that same method, we're then putting the ruler on top point to point, and it is super important, and the diagrams in the pattern show you this as well. But again, you're just popping that dotted line across there, point to point on that square there. Slide your pins through, and you can use that chain method. I've just kept this one out to show you. Now this time we are sewing directly onto that dashed line. There is only one line this time. And nice and gently, then what we're going to do is trim away the excess of the fabric, leaving a nice 1/4 inch there. So we've done that with 4 of the red and green, and there is 1 of the cream and green for the top point of the tree as well.
Hi Neve. Good morning ladies. My friend has made me the wreath last year for Christmas. It hangs in my kitchen. Absolutely love it. Oh, I think this is something that you can get out year after year, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
I went on a wreath making workshop Oh, Kat said I've started seeing, workshops for them. And I paid about £40 for my Wreath workshop. And you still had to then buy all the bits and bobs when you got there. You had like the basic few things, but you still then had to add to it. So, and that was one obviously that lasted me that year and then obviously died. So this is brilliant that you can get this out year after year and it will still look beautiful, still look exactly the same, which is great, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're nice to gift as well. So again, if you're thinking of Christmas presents and you're buying for somebody who's creative, or perhaps somebody you would like to encourage to be creative. I know I've got a few friends at the moment and I'm saying just do something creative. It'll keep you busy, keep your hands busy. Then this makes a lovely gift.
That's a good point, actually, to gift it where it hasn't been done yet.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You can gift it to somebody. I think that'd be really nice because I've got lots of friends who, at the moment, especially because we're coming out of lockdown, that actually I've got weekends and we're back to back. I don't think I'm going to get to see them before the end of the year. It's ridiculous. They live quite far away. So what you could do is say, right, we have an hour. We're going to schedule a FaceTime or a Zoom or something. Yeah. I'm going to send you a kit and we're going to sit and have a glass of fizz. I always say this, don't I? Or a glass of Baileys at Christmas. Let's say the 11th or 12th or something of December, just when we're starting to feel Christmassy, and we're going to do it and have some nibbles and do something nice and crafty together. I think that's a really good idea.
It's something lovely to look forward to as well, isn't it?
Yeah, less than 10 of those available, just so you know.
So in the diagram now, it'll show you how to sew these into your 3 rows. So these are the 3 rows. You've got your 2 side panels there that have got your cream and your green, and then you've got your centre row. So we're going to simply sew those together in rows now to make this easier. So I'll come back to the flying geese in just a moment. So just bringing these towards you. I'm very aware that I'm working, and I'll keep it that way because it's easier for me to do it that way. So we're just bringing each time one of the either blocks, or you have got some little oblongs here. We're just simply going to pin those together, marrying up those raw edges. And again, we can do this as a little bit of a production line here. Keep that nice and speedy.
Liberty scrap bags are sold out. There are Riley Blake scrap bags available if you miss the Liberty.
So I'll repeat the same on the opposite side, and what I tend to do with my blocks is break them down into 2. So we've not got too many pins in there, but again, we can continue with that chain method.
Kerrie, we have had so many new customers who are coming in today, this hour. Oh, I love that. Those of you that are brand new to us, even if you've been watching and you're thinking some of these sewing projects, might be a bit daunting, go for something like the Wreath to get you into it, and then it gets your creative juices flowing, doesn't it? You're like, do you know what, I'm ready for the next one. I'm ready to do the table runner next. And you're not having to worry about doing a whole quilt, but then you've got the pattern. You could then just keep doing more and more of the blocks, make yourself a quilt.
I'm seeing so much on social media about, I'm seeing lots of posts where people are saying, I really want to be creative. I don't want a huge cost, or I don't want too many things that are going to make too much mess because I've got a small space to work or no space to work at all. And so the kits, the ball balls, the fabric wreaths are perfect for that really, because you can just, I bought my son just a little tiny lap table, and he sits and colours in on there. You can get just a little lap table for your, you can even get like the little,
I'm thinking, the things you have your dinner on.
Yeah, something like that, because that's nice and soft as well, isn't it? And you only need a little workspace. There's not much mess at all. You may just get a little bit from trimming your fabrics. If you've got your table there, that'll catch it. But what's nice when you're buying a kit is everything's there for you. It makes it nice and easy for you.
That's quite good, actually. For somebody who might be less mobile, just to sit with a lap tray and to still do something and have the results.
So always just double check, because it is very easy to get excited and sew these the wrong way. So we just want to put them back out and just make sure that that is the correct way. You've got your diagram to refer to, and now we'll sew these centre pieces.
It's all rubbing off now. We're all getting really... There's something with Elliot today, I don't know why, but we're all picking on him. I can hear them two bickering in the gallery.
You say it like it's today, but I seem to think that's a regular occurrence. And he's got a special birthday.
It's just today. I know he's got a special birthday, so we've got to get it all out now, because tomorrow we're going to have to be nice to him if we're saying it's birthday show tomorrow.
He loves you keeping him on his toes, doesn't he? He gives as good as he gets as well.
Have to keep him in shape. Keep him in line. What do you mean, when's my next important birthday? I haven't got one for ages.
So now we'll bring the flying geese together. So what we'll do, I've already sewn one of those, and I actually find it's easier to see this little seam line, so we get that lovely point. That's why I'm working this way. So bringing that towards me, you can actually feel through here. If you've got a little fabric pen, you can mark this up as well, just for yourself. So when you're sewing across this seam, even with your 1/4 inch, if you know you come there where you can feel the top of your point, you know you're going to finish there, like I have done with that top one, yes, with that nice point. So just bringing that across, pinning through your layers, and we're now just sewing that middle row, which is row 2 in your pattern. And we'll continue that along those flying geese there.
What's all the other boxes of goodness I've got on this desk, Kat? Oh, right, the quilt. It's the quilt that's on the desk there, the pinwheel quilt. If you haven't yet secured your pinwheel quilt, we have got it. But I was wondering, what are these boxes? We haven't done those
I was too. I was quite excited to see what
This is the great thing about Kerrie's shows. There's never just one option. You've got options galore, and it all comes boxed beautifully and wrapped. And that's why I always get intrigued. I'm like, what other goodness have we got? Let me know when we can have a look.
Well, I've got a few more bits to pop
Oh,
onto
go on
here.
then. So that means I can have a look now. I'll have a look. Oh, see, they're just so beautiful. Every one has got a label that says "Packed with Loveliness, lots of love, Kerrie." They're so nice to gift. Has this one got? This is the pinwheel kit, which is JFL170 for you, Kat. Oh, I don't like to open these because they're so beautifully wrapped. I'm just going to try and open it really neatly. I do want to see the fabrics. I'm sorry, Kerrie. Do you mind rewrapping this for us? So, pinwheel kit. It's a beautiful, cosy Christmas quilt. I'm thinking to have over the back of a sofa, to have in a guest bedroom, somebody coming to stay for Christmas, just to wrap yourself up in to watch a lovely Christmas film. You have your binding, which is already pre-cut. And then how much of your 2 fabrics do you get here, Kerrie?
From memory, I think there's 50, just over 1.25 meters in.
Right, so there's enough to basically do
yeah,
the whole quilt.
there's enough in there, and you will have additional fabrics in there if you want to use that to make a matching cushion as well.
It's gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous. Again, it's got that metallic running through, which is beautiful. So you've got it in the green and you've got it in the holly and mistletoe. It's beautiful. Plus, you get your pinwheel quilt instructions, full instructions. What I'm going to do, I'm going to steal it off your desk so I can show everybody, because it is huge. And the effect is beautiful. You get this movement from it. But look, so this is without the binding. You do have enough fabric to be able to do the binding as well. But you can see the blocks, and it's just all one block, same block. So if you are starting out, hard square triangles, just like what we've been seeing with Kerrie. So if you are thinking, do you know what, I'm ready to try my first quilt project, really recommend this one. Perfect quilt and a really, really lovely effect. One that you can get out year after year and just snuggle up Christmas Eve with your movies. Yeah, I loved that Cruella film. I thought it was brilliant. Really haven't watched an amazing film for ages, and I thought that was so good. But I'm thinking, yeah, Christmas films. The one with Emma Stone in. She's brilliant. She was fantastic.
She's really good.
I didn't know how good she would be in as Cruella, but she was absolutely fantastic. Right, so we also have a second colourway. It's the same quilt, the same design, but it is... I've got PSL 101. What colour's this, Kat? She says, I'm not sure, you have to open it up and have a look. Right, this one has got your beautiful instructions. Look at it. I mean, the attention to detail. It's wrapped so beautifully again in your tissue paper. So if you are gifting, or even if you're buying it for yourself, it's luxury, isn't it, when you're starting to open something that's got tissue paper like this. So $49.99 for a quilt kit is amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Not only have you got that lovely, look at this one. This is with the green holly and your stars. This time with the red binding and your red and gold spot. Plus you've got your instructions. Oh, I would definitely, if you can afford to do it, get the quilt cover, the quilt kit and the table runner. These together, I'm thinking they're the same, you know, colourways, the same fabrics on this one as the table runner. And you could have the one just laying over the back of a sofa, this running along a sideboard, and there you go, your Christmassy in your living room. It'd look absolutely beautiful, really beautiful, year after year. So that's your quilt kit, ready to go. All you need to add is backing and your wadding. There's plenty of plain fabrics on the website. For you to be able to do that. We've done demos of this one before, haven't we, Kerrie?
We've done lots of demos of this one before.
We'll find a date for you, if that's okay, Kat, so I can let you know when we've demoed it. The what, sorry? 15th of August, there was a few different demos. There was the bauble, the pinwheel quilt. It was the last time we did Christmas, so we did do a bit of a fast track through lots of kits there for Christmas. Oh, thank you. Christine's just said, hi, gorgeous Vicky and Kerrie. You've done it again, Kerrie. The table runner is beautiful. Love the fabrics and colourways. They're so Christmassy. Lovely, Christine.
How lovely.
Thank you for your message, Christine. Your table runner is your main graphic. Brand new project today. 3 really, well, you can see how quick and easy they are to put together, but how effective it is. I'm excited to see what everybody does with these. Got lots of creative minds that start to think of different ways of using the block. You can get the instructions on their own. If you've got Christmassy fabrics in your stash already, your graphics for that one is here. It's a really lovely size block actually, isn't it?
It is a lovely size block. It certainly is.
Perfect for a cushion, or if you do want to make multiple of them, if you've got other fabrics in your stash, you could do a larger quilt if you want. It's up to you. $32.99. Right, what are you pinning here?
So all I'm doing here, what I've done on the opposite side, so if I just quickly show you what I've done on the opposite side, I'll show you how I've pinned this there as well in a moment.
Okay.
Is I've pushed so first of all, and the pattern will show you how to do this as well. So if you push your seams in opposite directions, so your row 1 and row 3, I've pushed the seams up, and the centre row with the flying geese, I've pushed your seams down. That's shown in your pattern as well. Then I've placed, now I find it much easier to sew flying geese when I can actually see and again feel those raw edges on the side. And where I find is really helpful for me to pin those is where they're joining onto the blocks on the back just here. So I've joined those together, and I'll show you that on the opposite side in just a moment. Push one seam to, put 2 pins in on either side of the seams and then just come into this centre one and repeated that there. And I do find it is much easier when you want to get this to marry up so you've got that lovely point. If you put where you can see it might be quite difficult to see that, but where you can see the point and your 1/4 inch seam.
We'll come a bit closer and we could probably see then.
Might be easier to see with a red one. Let me just take that out. So you've got your red, your green and your cream point, which is a 1/4 inch away from your seam. The same with the red just here. So if we rest those on top, and I find if I roll that out so I can see that already they're marrying up underneath. If I slide 2 pins through, that join
so you're not
there.
making your 2 edges meet, you're making your points meet.
I'm making the points
with
meet,
you.
yeah. The same again here on that opposite side. And that gives you that nice point when we turn this through. Push those through. And I've done that along each seam and just pop the extra pins in at the top and the bottom here.
I like your thumb ring.
Thank you.
That looks really nice.
It's a spoon.
What do you mean?
It's a spoon.
It's an actual
It's a spoon ring, yeah.
A spoon ring?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a spoon ring.
They're both old-fashioned old-fashioned spoons. The little one is as well.
Oh my word!
Have you never seen spoon rings?
No.
Oh, I love them.
That's such a clever idea.
I've got a few of these. And my nieces as well, they were like, oh, I really want a spoon ring.
Are they special spoons?
They're vintage spoons.
Okay.
And then there's lots of people and they turn them into spoons. You can get forks as well and coat hooks. Oh, Vicky, I'll have to send you a link to some of these to have a little look. Especially now you've got a new home. I love anything handmade and creative.
We are running out of time, so we might need to just talk through the last.
So I'm simply just sewing along here, making sure that the needle is coming into contact there with that point that I can see where the two seam lines intersect. And then simply just give this a little press. Now you are going to make 3 of these for your table runner, and the measurements for your sashing and your binding as well are in your pattern.
Amazing. Everything that you need is in the kit, plus you've got your full pattern in there.
Yes.
But we have gone through virtually everything in that block anyway, so you can
We've gone through everything, and then the only thing left to do is I would just push the seams into the centre to finish that block off.
Love it, love it, love it. Let's have a look at it. There it is, the finished block. Well, we're just having a press of it for $32.99. It's gorgeous. Do make sure you check it out of your kits. Instructions of their own, just $9.99. Baubles sold out. The Wreath sold out. If you do want your brand new table runner, go for it. Also, sorry, the Liberty scrap bags have completely sold out as well. It's always the way when we've got Kerrie here. It's very, very busy. If you do want the brand new table runner, you can still go for it. Remember, you're getting your 3 coordinating fabrics, plus you're getting your full instructions. We do still have some Moda design rolls, which we will put the graphics in during the break for $14.99. Have you seen these?
Oh, they're superb.
Aren't they good value?
They're superb, yeah.
$14.99. Look at how much you're getting. You're getting 227 grams of Moda. Now, it's completely at random. They're different widths. They're not necessarily 2.5 inches, but there's some really good long strips at the full width of the fabric, some shorter, lots of different fabrics. I know that lots of people have said they had patterned, they had plains, they all had really lovely selection. Just $14.99. It's done by weight, so you've got loads. I just thought I'd let you know that they are back in stock. Speaking of back in stock, after the break, we have got the Tapestry Bag with Wendy Orlando. It's already selling on pre-order. There it is. We've got all the fabrics back in stock as well, especially for the show. Thank you, Kerrie.
Thank you.
Back with more pleated cushion.
I'm back in
more
at
Christmas.
11, yeah?
More Christmas. At 11 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. Wendy's coming up after this.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques. I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, look at me diving in already. Those of you that have already checked out, well done. Have you got one yet? If you're just tuning in, if you've had a bit of a lie-in, I don't blame you. It's darker mornings now, isn't it? But don't miss out on this, because we have got back in stock $14.99 for all of this Moda fabric. Huge scrap bags. Moda fabric is designer fabric. I mean, it's beautiful quality cotton, 227 grams. You can pay, well, if you think of the strip rolls, the design rolls, the jelly rolls that you get that are all 2.5-inch strips, you can pay up to £40, £45, even way over that. We've sold them for £45 before. Now, some of these, don't get me wrong, aren't full width. Some of them are slightly shorter. Some of them are full width. Some of them we've got the salvage on. Some of them are narrower. Some of them are slightly wider. So you've got loads of fabric here, all completely at random from loads of different Moda collections. A really good one, I say, for your stash, for your scraps. Wendy was saying earlier, don't see this as a scrap bag. Stitch them together. Make larger pieces. If you've got the Pam and Nikki Lintott book, they often work with strip rolls though as well. There's so much that you can do. I mention you, Wendy, every single time that I have a design roll, because I remember the very first time that I met you and you came with this Mary Poppins bag and said, I've made this, and this, and this. I said, how many strip rolls were you sent?
That was the Barney Pot, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you said one. I've been sent one, and I've put a couple of coordinating fabrics.
But hadn't I used literally half?
Yeah, you said I had so much left over.
Left.
So they are brilliant. As I say, it isn't necessarily a design roll, but strips of fabric are so useful. So useful. Especially if you've got your stripology, subcut them. Use them for your EPP maybe. $14.99. I just wanted to warn you that they are now becoming more limited. Every single time they come back into stock, Kat grabs them. So she thought after Neil came in and was really naughty every day with the manager's specials, Kat was like, right, it's my turn. I'm going to find some really amazing pieces for her last week before she goes off and leaves us for the theatre, darling. She's off to the theatre, but she's going to come back. She'll still be with us, just a bit less in October. But she has picked out some amazing pieces for us this week, including a sewing machine deal tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow. That's going to be incredible. Tune in tomorrow. Thursday, you cut and press back. So, I mean, there's some really good deals coming up this week, so stay tuned for them. Now, this hour, Wendy, yes. When did you design this then? Because this is your design again,
yes.
isn't it?
A few months ago it was, because I wanted a bag that didn't have anything around the top, because as you know, I do every kind of craft, but I do a lot of knitting and crochet, and I take it with me when I go to coffee shops.
Yeah,
I'm one of those people that sit in the corner working away, and I wanted something that I could was stand alone, that you can put all your project in, put it on the floor, and then you can just sit there working away. So that's why I designed this one.
And I love how strong it will be because of this tapestry fabric. I think these were actually bought in especially for this bag, weren't they?
I'm not sure. I believe so.
Yeah, I believe they were.
So.
I mean, this isn't something we see on the daily. So it is almost like upholstery fabric, isn't it?
It's brilliant. It's one of my favourite. And I've always made bags. And this tapestry fabric I've worked with a lot over the years.
You get
and I was so excited to see it coming here. It's brilliant.
Look at this. This is the most popular on pre-order. You get so much. Plus, you also get cotton canvas for your lining. So this is a really lovely, strong bag.
Yeah.
If you're taking your crafting projects on the move, you want something nice and strong. But there's also a detachable handle on this, so it can almost turn into like a bit of a caddy as well.
That's optional.
Okay.
So you don't have to put that on if you don't want to. You can just have the mini handles. You can just make the mini handles a bit longer. It's entirely up to you how you want to make it. But I wanted the handles as detachable because there are times when I do just want it working with me when I'm sitting in the lounge or something. Making, then I can have it by me. We have a dog, so everything has to be contained, otherwise he just runs off with it, and it's really good. So I wouldn't need the big handle for that.
Yeah,
but when I go out in the morning and I'm trying to wrestle him on the lead, then I can put it over my shoulder and it's a shoulder bag.
Wendy, these are lovely instructions, very comprehensive instructions as well, as you can see. Not only have you got step-by-step instructions and text, you've also got photographs all the way through, really clear photographs. So you get 1/2 metre of each of your fabrics, but remember both of them are extra wide, so lots of fabric there for £19.49. What price as well, bearing in mind your instructions are £10 alone. That's got to be a mistake. How amazing is that? Absolutely make the most of it. Brilliant price. This one had been the most popular on pre-order. In fact, half the stock has already gone. All four are really different, but all equally beautiful. I can't make up my mind which is my favourite. This is the one that was made up, though. We already made this one up. It was the sample bag. Here it is.
And that's my personal one.
Oh, is it?
So that's the sample, and that's my personal. That goes everywhere with me every single day. So I wanted to show you what one looked like after being used every single day, day in, day out, and it's still exactly the same.
Brilliant. So, £19.49 if you do want to make the most of it. Can we do this one? Because I spotted this one this morning. This was the first one that my eyes were drawn to, and I love this colourway. It's the burgundies. I think that it's really lovely and autumnal, actually. So, oh, look at that. With the cream as well, it's gorgeous. SD6685, please, Kat. This time it's with the cream cotton canvas. Sorry, lots of threads attached to it. 1/2 metre of each. Remember, it is extra wide, so you get your cotton canvas for your lining. Oh, look at that. Do you know what I always am interested to look at? I know you won't see it, but I love the reverse of them and everything.
Actually, the reverse on some of these will work.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
Sometimes I turn it over and think, oh, do you know what? I like it on that side better.
Do you know what? It's worth having a look. I must say, though, I love the burgundies on
I
this
do
one.
love that front on that one.
Yes. £19.49. Once again, you get your instructions. I'm so thrilled this is back in stock. Loads of you missed it last time. It is flying out again, just so you know. Don't wait to the end of the demo to get it. It completely sold out the last time it was on. I think it was the 5th of July. Ages ago, back ages and ages ago in the summer. 5th of July if you want to watch back that show as well as today's. Lovely colours together with the cream. Just that cream little, it's got, well, Kat's saying it's a bit Christmassy. It's autumnal, isn't it? I do love that one. It just reminds me of, you know, the carpet bags, the traditional sort of...
Mary Poppins. It always reminds me of Mary Poppins. My favourite film.
We've got VZ6640 Cat. This one is a really nice one as well. Oh, and that's with your blue, the Aztec. Haven't made this one up, have you?
I thought I had, but that was my favourite one. That's my, maybe it's out there, maybe it's not. I thought I had made it up. Maybe I haven't.
What, you think you bought it into here? Have you bought it into us?
No, I thought it might be in the... I did have a good rummage around.
Oh, in our very organised
it's
storage.
Very organised. It
yes.
is.
Oh yeah, was it, who were we on with the other day? It was Catherine Wright who completely just threw us under the bus, outed us, when we were talking about how our system of our storage area and everything is really coordinated and nice and tidy and neat. On air, she was like laughing at us.
But mine is, because we have our own boxes, and so I keep tidying my up and up every time I come.
Oh, well, I don't know who's stolen this one, but I promise it wasn't me, Kat, before I get accused. But that is lovely, isn't it? And that's with your navy blue. With the navy, that's really nice. And I think it's actually quite practical having a darker colour for your lining, isn't it? Nice and practical. £19.49. That's for your little Aztec tapestry bag. So you get a whole metre of fabric and you get Wendy's full instructions as well. I love the fringe on the end.
I'd keep
Wonder
that.
if you keep that.
Yeah,
put
keep
that
it and put it on
something.
something else. Definitely.
That little trim on the end.
Definitely.
Okay, so we've got one more option, and it's the one that Wendy's going to be demoing with today. We have got all of your, I like to call it bag furniture, all of your different hardware, and I don't think we did the instructions on their own last time. No, we didn't, and loads of people were asking for it, so we're going to do it. Now, Wendy's comes with black lining. Are we putting it with the grey, or are we putting it with the black, Cat? Right, it's definitely coming with grey, just so you know, which works really, really well anyway, doesn't it?
That works better, to be perfect.
Do you think?
Yes, it does, yes.
Okay, so this one, look at this. Brand new to me. I don't know whether we've ever had this fabric in. We have had it before. Kat's saying she would like to just frame this on a wall. It's like abstract art, isn't it? Can't talk today. It's a good job Wendy's here. I hope she doesn't get offended me saying that because, you know, I mean it in the best way possible. I just love Wendy's full of energy and will, do all the talking for me today because I'm losing my voice. 1949. Some of these are available individually on the website below us. Oh, can I show you the reverse of this one? Look at that. Which one do you prefer? Kat's saying she thinks she prefers the pinks on this one. I love that. That would look amazing. Either way, whichever way you choose. And can you use it the other way around?
Absolutely. Use it, yeah. It's entirely up to you.
That's exciting, isn't it? Possibilities are endless with this. Have a look on the website underneath us. There might be some of these fabrics individually. Right. Just bear in mind, they're the full kit. As we're going through, do make sure you're taking advantage. Now, those of you that might have tapestry fabric at home or different fabric that you want to do it with, we had a lot of requests for the instructions on their own back in July and we didn't do it. We couldn't do it. We now have the instructions. The graphics are live. If you want them, check out now. I said this earlier, but we've already had a lot of interest in these. I know how many people have been asking for the instructions individually. So your full instructions with photographs and step-by-step instructions is just £9.99. I must say though, the prices of the kits, it's like with the kit of the quilt earlier on. Definitely go with the bundles. The value for money is fantastic today. Enjoy though, make the most of it, and do jot down today's date for any tips on the demo, but you do have full instructions. Now, very quickly, what sort of hardware am I going to need then?
Again, it's completely up to you. You can make them without any hardware, but I think they look amazing with the swivel clips and the D-rings. So that's what you will need.
Do you put a snap on it at all?
Now, we put the snaps in because personally mine was because I've got wool. I didn't want the wool to snag on anything. But if you want that little bit of security, then yes, definitely you can put one of those in and just push it together.
And they're really easy to insert, actually. You don't need any different tools or anything like that.
Really easy.
Really easy to put in. How much is this one, sorry, Kat? £2.99. Just £2.99 if you do want the magnetic snap. Because this doesn't have a zip or anything, so if you do just want to enclose it, if you're using it as a handbag, it might be a good idea to put a snap in it. Then also the swivel clips. Now, I've got 3 different swivel clips here. I've got a 20mm for a smaller one. I've got a wide strap and I've also got a silver one. Right, so the 20mm, this is for a thinner strap.
A thinner strap. If you, again, this is, we've put them in because if you want to make a thinner strap, then you would need a thinner swivel hip.
Swivel hip.
Swivel clip. It depends how wide. And again, you could make your strap wider, but then you would need a wider swivel clip.
We have got wider swivel clips. We have to say it slowly. We've got the bronze as well, which I think goes with all of the colours actually, doesn't it? It does go really nicely with all the colours. Just £1.99. Sorry, there's thread all over the place. Just £1.99. It's worth adding to your order. It does give it a really, really lovely professional finish, doesn't it?
I think that's the thing. And working with the tapestry fabrics as well, you have just got that. I mean, it just looks really classy and a little bit more high mark. Yeah, very expensive, doesn't it? It looks like it is an expensive bag.
Just £1.99. Now, I'm not sure whether there are different colours on the website, but we do have the gold D-rings as well. £1.49. Those of you that might have D-rings at home anyway, you can use what colours you've got. £1.49 for those though. Brilliant. Right, where do we start?
But
then,
you would need the 25mm if you're doing this, because it's an inch wide, the strap.
Okay.
I mean, you could squeeze it into smaller, and it could be bigger, but to get the optimum look, it would be that
size. Get the 25mm. Perfect. Thank you.
Right, so the first thing, as always, read the instructions. Yeah, read them all the way through, because it does make a difference how you cut this. What we tried to do with this kit was, that price is phenomenal, by the way, considering the instructions are £9.99. We tried to make it so that we could give you the smallest amount of fabric to get the price best for you. But then it does mean that the long strap really needs to be cut first, because if you cut all the fabric and then find that you've cut the top, you won't be able to cut the width of the strap, but it does state that in the instructions to do that. And what I have done is I have done the width of fabric. Now, I can't remember, I think it's about 30 something inches you need to do, but I always say just cut the width of fabric, because I'm short.
I like a long strap, do you?
I like it to sit on, this one sits on just sits on my hip.
Yes.
Here, so it sits there. Now that's with the instruction size, but I'm very aware that there are people that have got more inches than I have. That's what I'm going to ask for Christmas. So they might need it a bit longer. So cut the width of the fabric, because you can't really do much with that end bit anyway, so you may as well put it on the strap and then cut it down to what you want. So once you've read all your instructions, cut all your pieces out.
It's long enough actually that you could put it crossbody.
It can be a crossbody one. I didn't want to get told off by Elliot with my mic, so I just thought I better not. But yes, you can put it. I like crossbody because I find that it's just a little bit safer, because I can pull it round in front of me and then no one can get to it.
No one can get to your wool. All your crafting projects that you've got in there.
That's precious, my wool. And I was going to show you, but I've got my top secret project in that at the moment, so I've had to put it all out in there because I couldn't show you any of my top secret projects. Yes, we have a little top secret elf as well. So what you want to do is cut everything out, and it's all in there. It tells you how to do it. The only thing that I will say is with the one that I've got now, and I have got the black because at the time we didn't have the grey, but I preferred the grey. That's why you've got the grey in the pack, is the pattern placement. With this one, it doesn't matter because it's like it's a small print, a fairly small print. But with this one, as you can see, it's got like circles and it's got spheres on it. So I tried to cut it so that I could get a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I didn't just cut them random, but just be careful because, as I say, we have given you just enough fabric for this one. So, but with the other designs, it doesn't really matter. It was just this one that's got the big pattern on it. Right, so when you've cut that, the first thing we're going to do is make the pocket. Now, the pocket at the front here, we've got this little pocket here, which is fully lined.
Oh, lovely.
But this is so easy to do because all you do is you cut the pieces out of the pattern and you'll see that the lining is very slightly longer than the actual pocket itself. Now, this is completely intentional, and all we're going to do is place right sides together. Now with these canvas fabrics, it's quite hard to work out which is the right side. It's not really going to matter, but there is a right and a wrong side.
Oh, is there on the canvas?
If you're not too sure, just have a look at the selvage.
Okay.
Because you'll see where the way that the little holes face, you'll be able to see the right and the wrong. No one's going to check because it's going to be on the end. It is. And then all we're going to do is line up one of the short edges together. And if I can turn it over, you'll see that the lining is longer than the front piece. So you just see that little bit of linings don't worry about that. We're just going to sew down this end. Now, again, I would advise anyone that is fairly new to sewing, just have a go. It's not difficult, this project, but just pin it, just to hold it in place for you, because you don't want to be wrestling with the fabric while you're putting it through the machine. And I'm just going to sew 1/4 of an inch down here.
You're a bit of a trendsetter, I think, Wendy, because your bag is the most popular. There's only 4 of those left.
That makes me happy. That is my all-time favourite tapestry material, that one.
Oh, it is.
All time. I was so excited when Sewing Street said we're going to choose that fabric because that is my favourite.
Hi Claire, Claire's emailed in. Yeah, have a look at this. I made the Aztec bag. It's so useful. I use it all the time. Yesterday it held my lunch and flask of coffee.
Can I just say, I think that actually might be the one I'm thinking of. You know when I said I think I've made one? I think the lady posted that and I was in awe because I love the navy fabric. I think the navy just absolutely makes that fabric burst.
Right, so when you were looking for it, you were thinking of that one?
I think I might have been thinking of that bag because the lady, when she made it, it was like, that is gorgeous.
That is gorgeous, Claire. And obviously if she made it back in June, she's still using it every day, using it for lunch, using it for everything.
Honestly, mine comes to me. We're very sad. We take the dog for a coffee every morning. That comes with me every morning and just plonks on the floor in the coffee shop.
Love it.
So I've just sewn 1/4 of an inch down here. Now you will notice that because one was longer than the other, when you line these 2 end pieces up together, we're now just going to press it flat. Just going to give it a good press.
I've just noticed, by the way, on Claire's photograph, a stripology in the background already.
Oh. And then when I turn it over by magic, it's created this edge for me here, which is brilliant. So I don't now have to worry about putting a piece of piping or anything on there because it's been created. So all I'm going to do now is just sew on that edge, and I'm using the same colour thread. I'm just going to sew to keep that together. Now you don't have to sew along here, but I always like to because I think that it keeps these 2 edges together. Next thing we're going to do is put all the pieces where they should be. And you can see this front section here where I've made the pocket. That goes on the centre panel. And then all I now need to do is add the piping knot. It's my piping knot piping. It's a little bit of faux piping. So it's just a strip folded in half and pressed. And then we're going to put it along this edge. Now I always cut it a little bit longer than I need to, but the dimensions are in the instructions. And then I'm just going to sew within the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance because I'm just putting these 2 pieces of fabric and making them into one.
I know that you said, Wendy, there's just enough fabric. They've done it as really sort of economic as possible to make the price perfect for you. So you're only getting half a metre of each fabric, which is enough. But Julie said that she bought it back in July and she had enough fabric left over to do a little zippered pouch as well.
No way. Well, I'm very impressed at her cutting skills.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it is all how you place the first piece. Right. So I'm very impressed.
We've got a question from Elizabeth as well. How many swivel clips? Sorry, me squinting. My eyesight's... I'm definitely going to need glasses, I think.
It's because you're tired, isn't it? You need 2.
Yeah, Wendy saw me literally rubbing my eyes this morning like this. How many swivel clips, D-rings and magnetic snaps are required for the bag?
So you will need 2 D-rings and 2 swivel clips, and then, it's 1 set. So you need like...
1 pack.
1 pack, yes, because you only need 1, unless you want to put 2 in. But you only need to do 1.
Okay. Hope that's clear. Oh, right. The little Aztec bag, which is the one with the navy, the one that Claire sent the lovely photograph with. Claire, you're a trendsetter too, because there's just been a flurry come through and there are only 6 left. So you've got, just very quickly, your instructions. You have 1/2 metre of your canvas, 1/2 metre of canvas, and you also have your tapestry fabric, which is 1/2 metre, extra wide, both of these. And you've got a really lovely pocket on the front there. So I didn't finish reading Julie's message. Sorry, Julie. She's also asked. She says I bought this in July. My daughter loved it. She's asked, if I'm not sure what your angel policy is, if you are able to make to sell, she says that, can I sell them for Macmillan's, please?
My policy is I want you to have as much fun and make as much as you can, but please just don't sell the pattern or give it to someone or photocopy it and pass it on. But the actual physical makes that you make out of it, you can do what you like with.
Oh, amazing.
Because
just give a nod to you.
That would be amazing if they just said where they got the pattern from. But no, I want everyone everywhere to enjoy this. So I don't have an issue at all. As I say, it's just the pattern.
Brilliant.
Just don't sell
especially
the pattern.
if it's raising money as well.
And thank you so much for doing that. That's really close to my heart. So that is incredible. That is. That's
thanks,
amazing.
Julie. Thank you for your message.
Right. So what I've done while you've been asleep.
I promise I'm awake.
It was just a little. You reminded me. I can't think who did it. They used to like rub their eyes, and it was like you did that this morning, didn't you? It was so cute. That was before you did put any makeup on, though, wasn't it? So all I've done is I've sewn the piping that's not piping within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, and that is purely to make it in one piece of fabric. And then all I'm now going to do is the pocket that I've just created, I'm just again going to sew within the 1/4 inch seam allowance just to turn it into one piece of fabric. I'm a firm believer of making life as easy as you possibly can for yourself and not have lots of layers flapping about. Now I've just used the stitch one that it's decided to use for me and I haven't increased it, but what I would suggest is just go a little bit bigger on the stitch length here because you are working through quite a lot of layers of fabric, and it is, as you say, it's really thick fabric, isn't it?
But I mean, you haven't pulled down your walking foot on there, have you?
No. You can do if you want to.
I bet it behaves itself though. It's actually quite nice fabric to work with if you're used to just working with your quilting weight cottons, but you want to try out working with different different weights of fabrics and
the
things.
only thing I would say is you can see already it does fray.
Okay.
So don't cut everything out and then leave it for months.
Yeah.
Cut it out when you need it. So cut it and make it. And the ladies that have made it and the gentlemen that have made it, I think they will be able to tell you that it's actually quite a quick make.
Brilliant.
And then all we're going to do, so this is our front panel. And that's what it looks like. And all we need to do now is just assemble it. So we're going to place right sides together and sew down there, and then right sides together and sew down there. So that's all I'm going to do now. I've just looked at the time. It's just flying past today.
I know, it is. It is really flying. We've got so much going on today.
You have. And again, I'm not for time, but please, please pin.
Yeah.
Or clip. The clips work really well with these. Really well, the clips do.
I think you've used clips actually on the photographs, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw pictures. Yeah, especially later on.
I'm more of a clipper.
Yeah. Have you used any interfacings? Oh, I'm seeing foam or is HX40, I think, later on.
You're one step ahead, you are, aren't you?
Sorry, I know that's coming up. I was just thinking of different things with your clips. I was thinking, oh, well, you've used clips there, but I think it's more when you're using your interfacings. We do have clips available. Are they the Clover Wonder clips? Yes, they are. The branded Clover Wonder clips. And they're at an early bird price. Sorry, I'm just packing the Aztec one away, Wendy, because it's sold out.
Has it?
That one's gone.
I'm not cross, because I wanted that one. That's the one I wanted.
There's 8 of my favourite with the basket weave with the cream left. And how about the one that Wendy's bag? There's 20 of those left. Ooh. Very, very popular. We started with more of those.
So you can see it is just fray. It is just has a tendency to fray, but once it's all sewn together and it starts coming together, that's fine. Now, you all have seen, because we have the beauty of seeing this, it is quite thick. So you do have to...
Can you give it a good press?
You do have to give it a good press. So you just give it a good press here.
Plenty of steam.
Well, I do. I don't know. Are you a steamer? I'm a definite steamer.
Well, it's either a thing that, especially in quilting, I saw you giving it a bit of a blast of steam. And I saw Stuart Hillard doing it as well. And I asked him on air about it. And he says, oh, yeah, I love a bit of steam.
Oh, yes, but there's obviously a little bit for and against with that, because when you put steam to something, it gives it moisture, which then has a tendency to stretch. So I do it on the smaller things. If it was a big piece, but you see, this is such lovely fabric that it will take it. I also do just sew down here, but I have done that on my last demo, and I can't remember.
Is that like a nice little top stitch?
It is, and
more decorative.
And what it does, it just holds this piping towards the centre, because I wanted the piping to go inwards, because I think it's the piping that makes this.
So it's not piping cord,
It's
is
piping,
it?
not piping.
It's
so
piping,
it looks
not
like,
piping.
Yeah, it's
so
piping.
don't worry, you're not
Yeah.
missing out. There's not a piping.
It's my
Oh,
piping.
here it goes. It's Jessie just sent in a message saying, good morning, can you tell me if the piping is in the bag kit? So I'm in the middle of doing the bag.
Yeah.
It's not piping.
It's piping, not piping.
Okay.
So I'm a huge fan of this, to make it look like it is, but it isn't. So again, I'm aiming it at those that are sitting on that fence going, I can't. Get off there, because you absolutely can. And it looks like it is, but there's no piping in there.
Brilliant. So don't worry, you
So
don't need to add
don't
piping
worry.
cord to your kit.
Don't worry. No, I'm all for making something look, much more difficult than it is.
You were talking about the fraying. Sue's got a good tip for everybody. I always overlock the edges of tapestry fabric as they do fade. Lightweight interfacings can also help if you don't have an overlocker, and pinking shears. Where's it sewn though? It's fine,
I'm
isn't
not
it?
very good with pinking shears. I'm a bit not very good. I can never get the hang of them.
What do you mean? The scissors?
I cut them, and then I think of something, maybe what I'm having for dinner or something, then I go off on tangent. I'm not very good with pinking shears. But I am very, very lucky that I do have an overlocker.
Yeah.
So I do
idea.
overlock a lot of
Zigzag
things.
bit, just didn't you?
Zigzag you could do. All I've done is just given that a blast as well. And now what I'm going to do, because I've got my front, I see you've sent it over here, Vix, haven't you?
Oh,
all
sorry.
those strands. You need to make the front before you do the back, because although I've stated that you need 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, and you can work out what the overall size should be, it's always better to line it up afterwards. So that's what we're going to do. And what I'm actually going to do is turn this so that they're wrong sides together when I'm cutting. And this is a good tip, because this is how they're going to go together, wrong sides together. Well, they go right sides together, but this is what the bag will look like. So if you can cut them the way they are, and I'm just going to use my trusty ruler.
Kat says she loves the other side of that, just seeing it in on the wrong sides. Sorry, these are really difficult to get on.
Fine. We did it. So I'm just using the front as a template, because you do want the back to be the same size. Now, I have done something very silly, but I had no choice. I've already made the lining. Again, I would say cut it all at the same time. So I'm kind of hoping that my stitching is right.
Just in case you've done a bit of wiggling.
Definitely.
Right.
Yes, because you want them to all be cut the same size.
So your lining is exactly the same size?
Exactly the same.
So different to your pockets?
Yes. And you can see there is a little bit of fraying here, but I
Get
don't...
your little vac out. You've got a little duster buster.
I haven't got one. Have you got a duster buster? I
always use the studio one, and I get told off because every now and then I decide to go and hoover out my car, and then someone comes to demo it and saying, what is all of this?
Oh, it's you. I have seen that, where they've been absolutely full.
Not guilty. I did clean it out after I did my car. It was when we were in lockdown, all the car washes and everything like that were all, and I live up on the top floor of a flat.
Oh, of course,
Can't
yeah.
get my vacuum
Yeah.
down, so I always used to do it here. Because otherwise,
But did you actually do it? Didn't you get someone to do it for you?
When I was hugely pregnant, Joe was here and he said, he saw me doing it and he was like, let me do that.
Oh,
So he
that's
was
so
lovely.
kind, isn't it?
I think Elliot might have done it once as well.
Right, so now we've got our front and our back piece, and they're exactly the same size because I've cut them wrong sides together so they fit. And then all we're going to do now is we're going to, this is my favourite, we're going to H640 on the back.
H640 is currently out of stock, but
Oh,
I know
sorry.
that loads of you have got it in your stock anyway. Could I use any other? I'm trying to think of if I could use, would Bosal foam be a bit too structured, do you think?
Well, not
What about-
really. The only thing that I would say about that is that the fabric is very thick itself,
Yeah.
and then you're putting that onto the mix. What you could do if you wanted to was come in 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah, okay.
And then you're not going to get the Bosal in the seam allowance.
Yeah.
I don't do that. I should do, shouldn't I? Oops. And all...
Karen's got a tip for you, Wendy.
Oh, good.
If you can't use pinking shears, you could buy a pinking blade for your rotary cutter. Have you not seen those before?
Yes, I have. I've
That's a good
never,
idea.
ever thought about doing that.
She says, I've been using assorted blades for paper crafting. You do paper crafting.
Yes,
do
I
you
do.
have assorted blades?
Yes, yes.
You do?
I do.
You've got them in.
I've
There you
even,
go.
I've even got a pink and sheer blade.
You've got a pink and sheer blade? that you have
no, I'm not
excuse
going to
there.
admit it to anyone. I haven't. I must get a pink and sheer blade. No, I have got one.
Hi, Sylvia. Sylvia says, what machine needle size would be good for this fabric, please?
Well, I'm really, really naughty. I just use the one that's in my machine.
So it's just that universal.
I do just use a universal. But everyone will know their machine.
Okay.
So just have a play on a little tiny piece of fabric and see if it copes with it. Don't just start sewing with the correct pieces. Just get a tiny little bit and
Somebody
just have a
else
go.
has just asked a question.
Oh, lots of questions.
I know. Love this bag,
Love
which I made earlier, but how do I finish the ends of the long handle? Are we going to hopefully talk about the long handle?
Yes, we are.
Brilliant.
Wow.
We will, fingers crossed, get to that. We'll try and talk you through anyway. Yeah, this is what I love, is interactive
Yes,
shows.
I love questions.
Get all your questions in.
Yes.
Wendy's here. It's her bag. It's her pattern, so it's perfect time to ask it in.
Yes.
My favourite basket weave sold out. The one that Wendy is working with, we made sure that we have plenty in stock as it is the demo one, so there is still availability on this one. The only kit available now is this one. The instructions are available on their own as well.
And can you do me a really big favour and just put the grey up against, pretend that you're making piping, non-piping, just so that they can see that colourway.
Piping, non-piping is what we're calling it now, just
Piping,
so you can see how it looks against.
And that's what it will look. See, I just felt that the black was a little bit too harsh.
Oh, that's
Whereas
perfect.
that's nice, isn't it? That's really classy and really
Elliot,
lovely.
Could I just show the piping, not piping with the grey, please? So,
there's probably a name for it, isn't there?
last kit available. We're just getting the camera over so you can see. There you go. Yeah, that's not as
harsh. That's the word I was going to say. Just felt, yes, there is elements of black within this kit, but it worked much better with that colour. As you can see, it looks much softer.
Yeah,
I think a little bit more classy.
It is lovely.
We like to be classy,
We
don't
do
we?
like to be classy, don't we? Just so you know, it does come with your instructions as well, which is unbelievable value for money. But if you do want the instructions on their own, just so you know, there's a handful of those, less than 10 now, if you do want the instructions on their own. Okay. Everything sold out the first time round as well, so we did presume it was going to be busy. If you're loving Wendy's kits today, join us on Yarn Lane because your cushion kits are stunning. They're already on pre-order on yarnlane.com and you can cross over both websites and still only pay 1p&p. So if you've opened your order on Sewing Street and you love Wendy's demos and instructions, kits and things, definitely stay tuned for the...
And it's quite hard to see on there how three-dimensional they
Oh,
are,
they're
isn't
so
it? Because
textured.
just on a plain picture, they look flat, but they're not, are they?
We'll have a good look at those.
We will have a good look.
Thank you, Wendy.
Right, so now I've created loads of steam everywhere. So all I've done is I've put H640 on the back. You could use other wadding. The only thing, if you were to do something like a craft wadding, it would make the bag softer. So it might just be a bit limp. But if it was Bozal, then...
I like a structured bag.
I like a structured bag, but as I say, probably with Bozal, you'll want to come away from that 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Fab.
Brilliant, so that's that. So the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to put the handles on. Now, I like to simplify things, and I think I showed you to make handles in the last one, but all it is your strip of fabric, fold it in half, open it back out, fold towards the centre. It's how I always make my handles. And I've made a nice little short one, and I've made it really simple that to attach these to the bag, you simply place them next to the piping, not piping. So you don't have to do any measurements.
Oh, brilliant.
And that's what I like. Now, when you do put these handles on, you want to make sure, you can see the way that I'm doing it, I'm not twisting them. So you put it on, and then you keep it nice and straight, and then we clip it to the other side. And all I'm going to do now is sew within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, because again, I'm trying to turn these 2 pieces of fabric into one. So I'm just going to sew 1/8 inch, and I'm going to go backwards and forwards and back again. That's just reinforcing my handle. And then once I sew it again, it's going to have another length of thread on there. So this is, I've put a lot in this bag. I mean, I have pushed it to its limits, probably more than I should have done.
I always do that. If you look at the bag that I've got that I come to work with, Who was it? I think it was Ian who said, could you get any more in that bag if you tried? What have you got in there? And we're packing up our flat at the moment. I was looking around and there's so much stuff in bags and everything. I do like to pack them to the limit.
Oh, I do, absolutely. And I was a little bit worried that the handle, the one with the swivel clip might not hold it, but it has. And you know, we have a big lab and he's very strong. So I have to, sorry, I'm just redoing it. So I have to sort of jiggle everything. So it is very strong. And that's the beauty about the tapestry material as well, isn't it?
Oh, it is so lovely. I do love this tapestry fabric. So you're just making sure that it's not twisted?
Yes, I was just making sure. It was my own fault. That was user error. That was what I just did then. I pulled it out too quick and pulled the cotton out. So I'm just sewing within the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Brilliant. Now, because there is no pocket for you to have as a guide on the other side, all you simply need to do is line the 2 tops up.
Yes.
And then you can put your handle opposite. And that way you know they're both going to be the same. And then we go all the way around and do it that side. And I didn't want to say measure in this and measure in that, because I think that if you've got something as a visual guide to go by, it's much, much quicker and easier. And say, especially the lady that wants to make these to sell, the quicker that she can make them, the more she can...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think these would be really popular on craft fair stalls.
Oh, it's just the tapestry, and it does remind me of Mary Poppins.
Oh, exactly.
That was my favourite film. Well, I have lots of films.
What did you think of the new
I love it.
adaptation? I've not watched it.
Oh, you've got to watch it.
I'm just such a fan of the old one.
No, you've got to do it.
Same.
You've got to do it.
But I was talking to Kerrie about how I absolutely loved the Cruella film. Have you seen that one yet?
No.
The new one with Emma Stone.
No.
And was it Emma Stone in Mary Poppins? No. Yes.
Was that her? I thought it was Emily Blunt.
It is Emily Blunt, you're right. No, Emma Stone.
Not that I've watched it many times.
Oh, I'll have to watch it then.
You've got to. How are we for time? Because I'm now going to cut the corners out. I'm not going to cut corners, I'm going to cut the corners out.
10 minutes.
Oh, brilliant. So I'm just going to cut the corner section because I have made these as box corners.
Oh, I like a box
corner. Oh, I love a box corner. Because I wanted it to be able to sit. And now what you can do, you can cut one of them out and then use that as a template to cut all the others, if you want to, and then you know they're all going to be the same size. Right, so all we would do...
Christine's asking what film we're talking about. What film? Mary Poppins!
Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins. We say these are like Mary Poppins bags, aren't they?
Her tapestry bag where she just takes everything out.
Yes.
I think she... This is going to sound really awful because I have watched it so many times. I think she's got a bag in the new one. She has got a bag.
She must have a bag. It's such
she has. You've got to watch it. I'm not going to spoil it. You've got to watch it. That's one of those films like when Maisie's having a nap and you've done all your chores and your housework. Sit and watch it.
Oh, I'm so excited for her to be able to, you know, when she's at the age where I can watch all of those films with her.
Oh, well, it's funny because we have a movie night when my daughter and I, when she comes home, at the moment she's travelling, but when she's home, and I go, what should we watch, Nanny McPhee? And she went, Mum, I do not want to watch Nanny McPhee any more time. That's another one of my favourites.
I've not seen that either. I know, I've never seen Nanny McPhee, no. We were talking about this the other day of the most famous films we've not watched. Kat's not watched, don't get us started on films Kat's not watched. She's not watched Dirty Dancing. I don't think you've watched Titanic, have you?
Oh my gosh, it sounds like I'm always watching the telly, but I'm not. I mean, one of my all-time favourites is Shitty Shitty Bang Bang, but I love musicals. So all I'm doing now is I'm placing right sides together. I've cut my corners. And then this is where you will see the clips come into play.
Ah, right, there's photographs of this.
Because we're now working with wadding and thick materials, so we want to make sure.
Are you going to pull down your walking foot on this one, or is your dukey going to be...
Oh, my dukey will cope. I will increase the stitch length slightly, though.
OK.
And then all we're going to do, see, this goes everywhere with me. Rebecca's little bag goes everywhere with me. And then I'm going to sew all the way down here and all the way down here. And just for the front, I'm going to sew all the way across the bottom. Now, the lining is exactly the same, but you leave a gap in the bottom for turning.
Baffa, you are funny. I'm not going to say it on air. You're all wondering what she said, aren't you?
Well, I am now.
Something about box bottom.
Like a box bottom, I do. And then we're just going to do the same, the other side. And I have increased my stitch length to 2.8, and it's going through 2 pieces of wadding and 2 very thick pieces of material. But again, everyone knows their own machine, or they should get to know their own machine, shouldn't they? So they'll know their capabilities.
Speaking of box bottoms, speaking of soggy bottoms, Bake Off starting tomorrow, isn't it? Kat's very excited about that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's tomorrow.
Whoa. Oh, that's good. I like watching that. But I'm really awful. I record everything and then just fast forward it to the good bits.
Yes.
I just don't have time to sit and watch things. Right, so I'm just very conscious that that lady wanted to know about
the long handle.
Yes. So I've done that, and I've sewn the front and the back together, and then you would create your bottoms, your box bottoms, and you would definitely need to put a clip in here. And then we'll sew. If I've got time, how much time
keep
have I
going.
got? Oh, brilliant, brilliant. But I do want to make sure I tell that lady, show that lady how to do that.
Oh, Alison, we're making everybody feel nostalgic, I think. She says, I sat and watched Lady and the Tramp over and over when Becky was little, so I still love it.
Oh.
I met a girl the other day. I went out for a friend's birthday who is just finished filming in Sardinia, and she is a mermaid on the new Little Mermaid film.
No way.
I know.
Who wouldn't want to be a mermaid for a day?
She's got the blue mermaid hair, so she might see me.
Oh my goodness.
What an amazing job to get to go and film in Sardinia and sit on a rock and hear someone singing, look at this stuff as you come up.
Oh my goodness.
How cool is that?
I'd love to have done something like that, but sadly I can't dance. So
I don't think you need to dance either
what,
to
in
be
a musical you do now? You need to do
in the
it.
film, in the new film. You don't have feet, you don't need to dance, you just need to sit on a
See,
rock
I'd be
and
all
look
right with
pretty.
that. I'd be all right sitting on a rock. My dad was in the Dad's Army film.
Oh.
Yeah, he was the guy that drove the yellow dust cart.
Oh, you've told this is I've heard this already. This is your claim to fame, isn't it?
Well, I sat on all the men's knees, because we used to call him Mr. Marmalade Man, and I can't remember what his name is, but he used to do the marmalade adverts. But I've met Clive Dunn and all that. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Oh, wow.
So I've made the outside
Outer.
of the bag. The inner is made exactly the same way, but I just wanted to show the lady with, I think, is it this bit that she's talking about? She's talking about this. So if I just explain that these are attached to the D-rings, like that. So that's how they attach. And then the D-rings are simply sewn on the inside of the bag before you put it all together.
Right.
And that way. So if you don't want to do this part, or if in fact, if you just want to put the strap on without a D-ring, you can do that. You don't have to have the D-rings, but then you won't be able to take it apart. So all we're going to do is we're going to, I'll take it off to show the lady. We've got the D-ring, and then we're going to thread the end. Now you can really see that having the right size D-ring with the right
need the right
width,
side.
and then we just pull it through. Now if you can pull it as much or as little as you want, but bearing in mind you've got to take this into consideration when you put it under the machine. You don't want that banging around. And then all you're going to do is do a zigzag stitch over there.
Oh,
and if you go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and keep going backwards and forwards, then it hides that raw edge.
Oh.
Yes. So I want to make sure that I've got a wide enough V-stitch.
Yeah, because this is thick. You're going through lots of layers here.
It is, but I want to make it wide enough so that it gets both of the end. Let me try what's on here and see if it's just... but please, when you're doing this, make sure that you change your foot, because if you've got the foot that doesn't accommodate the zigzag stitch, you're going to break the needle. And then all we do is we keep going backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. So I've only done it a few times just to show you, but you'll have much more time to do it than me. You just keep going over that section, keep going over and over and over and over, and then it will look the same front and back.
Oh, brilliant.
If I can show you on this one. So it will look...
Oh, and that makes it really nice and secure because you've gone over so many times. Oh,
yeah.
Perfect.
So you can see that you just keep going over and over and over, and then you don't know which way is which because they look the same, because a zigzag stitch looks the same both sides.
That's really clever. I like
really
that.
clever, isn't it? Because the trouble is you would not be able to, and please don't try to do this, you won't be able to do that and
fold
that
it again.
because look how big that is.
Yeah,
so you
too bulky.
only want to just get it that thick.
Once.
You don't want it any thicker than that. And then all we do, well, have we run out of time?
Go on.
Oh,
you can
perfect.
talk us through it. You can talk us through
right. So what I would do is I would then just sew these on within the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
Okay.
And the other side. And the other side. So pretend we've done that. But as I say, if you don't want to make yours detachable, then you can just put the strap. And then all we need to do is make sure that you have one of them, so we've got right sides together. So it doesn't matter which one you put in which one, as long as you get the right sides together. And then you will clip them, lining them up. So I'm lining that seam up there and that seam up there. And then you would, oh, I think I'm going to be all right when I make this, you know. And this one was made at home this morning, so I think it's going to fit. So I'll make sure I do finish this one. And then all you would do, whoops, is sew all the way around the top of that edge. And because I've left a gap in the bottom for turning, I can turn it out the right way. And then with this one, and I noticed the lady that sent the picture in earlier left a bit more of fabric showing, and that's entirely up to you. I've done a small piece at the edge. The only thing is if you do too much, then you're taking it away from the bottom of the bag.
Right, okay.
So just be careful with that. But I really like the look of the ladies where she left a little bit more fabric showing at the top.
Look, this was Claire.
Yes,
left
look.
a bit more.
Yes.
And then you can top stitch it in place so it doesn't
And
roll.
then you just
can't
top
you?
stitch it in place. And if you kind of like stitch in the ditch this side,
Okay.
then you'll just see it on the other side.
Yeah, using the same colour thread.
I would definitely for this use the same colour thread, because then, you know, it doesn't look like it's been done, or it looks like you've hand stitched it. But
Perfect.
Yes.
Absolutely love it. Thank you ever so much. It's been just as popular as first time round. We knew it would be. There's only one kit left, and it's actually the one that Wendy was demonstrating with, which was the the Eclipse. The Aztec sold out. Now, just a reminder, this time we have put the lining with the grey, so just showing you the piping, not piping effect. That it will go perfectly, absolutely perfectly. But we love this, absolutely love it. There's a few of those kits still remaining, 1/2 metre of each. There's plenty of fabric to be able to make your tapestry tote bag with both handles. Right, also, just a quick reminder, we'll need, obviously, your pair of D-rings, which you get in one pack. You'll need 2 swivel clips, depending on what colour you want. You need the 20 centimetre ones,
25.
or 25 centimetre ones. Sorry, millimetres, obviously. So these ones are 35, so if you want to make the strap wider, you absolutely can. If you wanted to make the strap narrower, obviously you can. There are swivel clips available. Have a look on the website. And also, if you do want to add in a clasp, we've got those on the website as well. You'll just need one magnetic clasp. Okay, thank you ever so much. See you at Yarn Lane.
Yes, I'll head on over there now. You'll have to catch up.
I was going to say, you're going to start the commute now. Don't go anywhere. Living in Loveliness. Kerrie is back with more Christmas projects, including the lovely cushion. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Kerrie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. We're having a lovely day. It's Christmas again. We're getting you all prepared as it is 97 days to Christmas. That's it. That is it. If you are making for your Christmas this year, then absolutely. The kits we've got this hour are beautiful. We will be doing a bit of a demo on the lovely pleated cushion, but we'll come to that in a moment. Now, back in stock. Once again, like the bauble and the wreath, which both were very, very popular in the first hour, we have had a lot of people asking about different kits. So issue 4 to start with. This is issue 4. Yes, I've got it here. So in issue 4, you have got your kit, which has got enough fabric. Yeah, you do get your fabrics in the kit to be able to make 2 bowl cozies, 2 coasters, and your basket. Now, these are amazing kits, always popular all year round, but especially for Christmas. So, in your kit, I'm opening it up. Now, there are 2 different fabrics for issue 4 and issue 5, but they all coordinate and all complement each other absolutely beautifully. So, sorry, I should have done this before. You know what I'm like with packaging. I've completely messed this up, but sorry, Kerrie. I tried to open it from the normal side.
There's a tab on the side.
There's a tab on the side. Just do that when you get it home. Don't do it like me. I get into trouble with opening cereal boxes like this because you know they've got the little tab that you can keep in, and I've opened it like someone's really angry. So in the kit, beautifully presented as always, Kerrie. We love these. You have got your beautiful metallic Christmas fabrics. They will go with your pinwheel quilt. They will go with your wreath. They will go with your bauble. They'll go with your table runner as well. All of them are all going to be beautifully coordinated on your Christmas table, maybe. I'm thinking this one perfect for with your Christmas table runner, actually, as you get both of your fabrics enough to be able to make your basket. Now, I know there was a lady in the summer who made this as an afternoon tea basket. What about a Christmas afternoon tea with your chutneys, your crackers? That would be lovely. Or your a couple of mince pies in there as well, or a little mulled wine maybe. I know that Susie Duncan, she loves doing all her foraging, doesn't she, for different chutneys. That would be perfect. And it's a really nice shape. I know that it's very versatile once you've got the pattern. Kerrie has one of these as a peg bag for the washing. I know I've seen lots of people using it as like a bread, putting the baguettes and breads and things like that on the centre of your table, but they're really versatile, lovely projects. So you have the instructions for all of those projects. Bowl cozies, so handy, especially as we're getting towards winter, having a nice bowl of soup. I nearly burnt my fingers yesterday having my bowl of soup. So these are perfect, aren't they? Talked about Thermoland, definitely get some Thermoland for this project. Was my soup nice, by the way? I left Kat and Elliot with some roasted parsnip soups. Although I did try it when I got home and I thought, I'm a bit disappointed that it wasn't as good as my first time I did it. It was a bit cuminy, I think, a bit too many different spices. But the bowl cozies are lovely. 2 bowl cozies, your coasters as well. I said to Kerrie, you've stitched these down again, Kerrie, because I said if you fold these and don't stitch this part down, you can put your your wine glass, the bottom of a Prosecco glass or a wine glass, into your coaster. Then you've got them as little mats that are attached to your glasses. What a great idea.
I'm still yet to do that, although you do remind me every time I come in.
I know, I keep saying, Kerrie, stitch them down again. So you do have all of your instructions, plus you have any templates that you need as well along the way, and it's all on nice thick pattern paper, so you can reuse these. $29.99 for the whole kit, and that's enough to make everything that you can see here. We're not going to be sewing with these ones today, but you just wanted to bring them back as we did sell out, didn't we, last time? Very quickly. If you do want the instructions on their own, I know lots of people who have got different fabrics. If you don't want to do it as Christmas, you don't have to. Maybe it's a birthday celebration and you're doing a nice birthday afternoon tea. I know we've made this in Liberty in the summer and it looked gorgeous. So if you do want to do Easter baskets maybe.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Valentine's ideas. £9.99. There's so many ways, so many different fabrics you're going to be able to do this with. Maybe just, as you say, ones for in your home to go with. Oh, this would be nice actually. I've fingers crossed moving into my new house next weekend. So it would be nice to have all matching bits and bobs like this. £9.99. Your instructions are for your basket, your bowl cozies and 2 coasters, all in there, all your pattern pieces that you're going to need. Great value for money. This isn't just one project. You've got lots of projects in there. This is your issue 4 Sew Outdoors pattern. And as I say, you get your lovely welcome note. You also have your pattern paper with all your templates. You've got your cutting diagram and you've got all of your instructions. Very popular, flying into baskets. If you do want it, check out early, as last time we had issue 4 in, the kits and the instructions on their own completely sold out. We've had to get more. Ooh, okay, I will update you on the kits because they're going to sell out very soon. Right, we also have, I'll keep you updated on the stock levels of these, but I think they work so nicely with issue 5, don't they?
They do, they complement each other beautifully.
And this is the one with the star coasters and all of your place settings as well. So how many place settings can I make?
So when we've done this previously, such as the Liberty kits, we've done it with 4 fat quarters. These 2 kits both have 2.5 metres 44-inch wide fabric. And from those, you will need some fabric for the back of your projects, for the back of this, well, for all of the projects actually. So 0.5 metre for the back of the projects will do this. But from the 2.5 metres, you'll get the star table centre. You'll get 4. You nearly missed that.
I thought, that was separate. I didn't realise you do all those, but you get a lot.
Yeah, so the 2.5 metres, providing you get the most from your fabric, you'll get 4 table place settings, 1 of the stars and 4 of the coasters as well.
And can I just show you the attention to detail with these place settings? How beautiful would these be if you've got guests for Christmas? Because look, you've even got a place to put your cutlery. How lovely is that? Really nice. You don't have your mashed potato with a spoon, do you, Elliot? He said, I could fit my big spoon in there for my mashed potatoes. I can just imagine him now, everyone around the dinner table eating theirs, and there's Elliot with his spoon.
To be honest, I did tell you about my mum's big meals, didn't I? And I had a roast dinner there yesterday, and I did think a spoon might be easier with the amount of mashed potato that was on there. I didn't use one, but I did think about it. So.
Do you live near your mum?
Not too far away.
So next time we go on our IKEA trip, we'll have to make it on a Sunday.
She lives really close.
Yeah,
she lives very close. She lives closer to there than we are.
Exciting. So you get enough to make 4 of your placemats.
4 of the placemats, yeah.
4 of your coasters which match in, and also your table centre, which is huge. Perfect for your turkey or your nut roast. Perfect. Just $29.99. Issue 5. You do get, remember, your fabrics. I haven't opened this up. Haven't opened it up yet, Kat. You have your fabrics. You also get all their lovely fabrics.
Nice. They work really well together with it. Every time we've done issue 4 and 5, we've always tried to bring the fabrics together that complement each other, because it's such a lovely set. When you've got all different ones together on the table, it just finishes the table really well.
Oh, it does.
Just a glass of wine. Don't sew the gaps together. And a nice cake. That's all you need.
I was going to say, this one is obviously the fabulously fast fat quarter fun, but this time remember 0.5 metre, so you get 2.5 metres. $29.99. Now we can do the instructions on their own. In the pattern, as always, you get your full instructions and photographs. You also have your welcome note. Do you put the cutting guide in here as well now as well? Yeah. So those of you
no, I don't think it's in this one.
I did notice it in the other one.
It's in issue 4 because it's very tight to get it out to the 4 fat quarters. But do remember, although that is in there, it's aimed at fat quarters, so you'll have plenty more space to play with the 0.5 metres.
Brilliant. So you've got all of your templates when needed there. That's your instructions on your own for your star centre, your placemats, and also your coasters. That's what you can make with issue 5. The pattern only is $9.99. Now, we also have had lots of people requesting the star centre just on its own. So we've now done the instructions on their own for the star centre. It's gorgeous, and that price is amazing for your pattern. Why has that been discounted? That is so good. £6.99 for your pattern. Grab your pattern now if you do want it. It's a really, really lovely project, and actually, again, doesn't need to necessarily be in Christmas fabrics. This would be nice for a birthday cake centre, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Or even if you just want to, you know, tell somebody they're a star.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
You're a star, Kat.
If you remember in the summer when we did this in the summer as well, somebody had written in to say that they made the stars and they put numbers on them, made little bean bags and turned it into a game, which I thought was brilliant. So they just did little bean bags for summer garden parties and just
like
appliqued
targets.
some letters onto there.
Brilliant. Star Centre's really popular. I'm also thinking I could have, you know, like lovely pastel colours in there, hang them in Maisie's nursery, like
that's a nice
stars.
idea.
There's so many different uses for them. Oh, go on then, you could do that for me then, Kat. She says, I'm going to embroider Maisie's birthday and her name on it. Do you know what you
I'll
could do?
make the star.
Okay.
Kat can do the embroidery.
Good idea. Do you know what else you could do? You could put bells on it. We were talking
I
about
saw your eyes
Pascal.
light up then and I thought, why are you so excited? It's the bells.
The bells. I just thought of the bells. It's just £6.99. Yeah, it doesn't have to just be for Christmas. Bells aren't just for Christmas.
No.
Birthday bells.
We like birthday bells.
Just £6.99 for your pattern. Now we have some other Christmas stuff, but please can we get on with the pleated cushion? Because we do love this pleated cushion. It's so textured, you can't really see it on television, but it's so lovely because look, it's all textured. It's full pleated cushion. No instructions on their own today. It's just the kit, but it's £19.99, such an amazing price point. What do we get in the kit then,
So
Kerrie?
in your kit, you get all of the fabrics. You get everything in here you're going to need. So some of our kitchen often need to add the backing for perhaps, you know, the back of the projects. But for this one, it has all of your fabrics. So you've got 6 different pieces of fabric in there. 4 of the fabrics that we've chosen for the pleats. Then you have a polycotton fabric in there, which is for the where you're going to put your pleats on, which I'll show you in just a little while. And then you've got the 100% cotton in there for the back of the fabric as well. So it's for the back of the cushion. So it is an envelope cushion, but there is everything in there that you're going to need, including your pattern.
Oh, see, that's really handy, isn't it? It's not like you're going to have to go and find, you know, fabric for your polycotton for the inside of the pleats, which we'll show you in a second. That's already included. Plus, all of the fabrics that, again, are going to coordinate with all of your Living in Loveliness decor. And I think, actually, even if you don't, if this is the only thing that you make, I think lots of us love the traditional colours at Christmas, don't we? It goes with your Christmas tree. It's always just classy, and I do love the fabrics that Kerrie chooses. And they're beautiful quality to sew with as well.
Lovely quality. They really are.
£19.99. Kat said, I am exactly the same, Kat. She says, I change everything for Christmas. I change everything, even down to my tea bag rest. Kat says, I've got pictures on the walls that I change for Christmas. So cushions, it's nice to just have, if you've got an armchair or something, an accent cushion, isn't it? This is the really special Christmas cushion. So the finished sample, remember, this is what it's going to look like. Absolutely beautiful. This time, obviously, we've got the hollies instead of the poinsettias, but you're still going to get that really beautiful classic Christmas look. Right, so where do we start then? You've got a grid on there.
We have, yes.
Right.
So nice, easy project to make. First of all, what you're going to do is cut your fabrics. So I've cut all of the strips, and I have already gone ahead and pressed these just for time today. So with each of your strips, and I do like to do things in a little production line to keep it nice and easy, I've simply placed these onto the ironing board with the wrong side of the fabric facing up towards us, then folding these in half, aligning that raw edge, making sure that you can see the pretty pattern, and then just giving that a little press. And then what I've done here, now just to mention, on the cushion you've actually got 19 strips. There is 20 strips that you're going to cut, and one of those strips is going to go onto the back of your envelope cushion just to add a little bit of binding, which of course is optional. You could exclude this if you wanted to.
That looks lovely though.
So it just adds a nice little bit of colour on there, and especially this kit because it's got your plain green. So I've decided from this kit I'm going to have the red on the green of the envelope cushion. So therefore I've placed these out. So if you want the colour to pop on the back of the envelope cushion, then just choose that one out of the bundle to begin with and just make that top row. So I've then placed these out in order. And now because of the green fabric, I have used a chalk pen just to draw the lines on. If you're using a plain fabric, if you're remaking this at a later stage, then you could just use any one of your fabric pens. But so I can see the lines, I've used the chalk pen on there. So I'm simply then going to work from the bottom of the cushion to add those pleats and the texture that Vicky showed just there, and just align the raw edge of that fabric with that first chalk mark. And just using some pins. Make these as easy as you can to pull out when we sew in just a moment. And I'm just simply going to slide 2 pins through that fabric, lining that up with that bottom chalk line. And this is a nice, fast project to make. We're going to pop this onto the sewing machine, use a 1/4 inch seam. In fact, we'll go for an 1/8 of an inch seam on here. That's what it says in the pattern as well, I'm sure. So an 1/8 of an inch, so we want to get that seam as close to the raw edge. And just remove the pins.
Sorry, Kerrie, you carry on. Just moving the pins as you're going.
Yeah, just pulling those pins out as we sew along.
I just wanted to say, Kat's just given me an update. The star centrepiece is close to selling out. Last 2 chances on that star centrepiece pattern. In fact, all of the patterns individually have been really popular. The issue 4, you know, the one with the basket and the bowl cozies, and also issue 5, which is your table place settings, coasters, and star centre in there as well.
Now you can take this off the machine each time. So for the first few I will. You can take this off the machine and just simply bring that fabric, that next strip, on top of that chalk line, line up with the chalk line, and again just repeat that. Now for those of you that are confident on the sewing machine, you may want to just skip the step where we're adding the pins. It really does only take a few more seconds to do that.
I think this would be a nice one actually to do with your scraps, once you've got the patterns.
Oh, it's really lovely.
I'm thinking with your Moda scrap bag maybe, or with any
I was just thinking that actually, and
Yeah.
also your design rolls as well. It works really well with those.
Perfect.
So just pop that back
Oh
on.
yeah, batiks in the summer.
Nice.
Oh yeah, you'd be making them for every season and for gifts. Because actually, do you know what? They look really impressive. But I'd say that a beginner
But they're so
could do
simple.
this.
They're
Yeah?
really, it's a nice simple project.
Good one to practice sewing in straight line. I know that sounds silly, but that was one thing I found it really difficult when I first started sewing, was just sewing straight.
It's so true though. I think when you're starting out, any projects that you can find that encourage you to just get used to sewing and get used to your sewing machine as well.
That's it. And you don't actually see the stitches here.
You don't
do
see the
So if you have
stitches,
any dodgy
although
stitches.
I would really recommend working with either a darker colour. I've got white on the sewing machine. I think I thought about changing it, but we got too busy chatting.
Well, you thought for telly purposes, it's probably good that it shows up.
That's exactly what I thought.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
That was very quick there, Vicky. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm crashing all over the place today.
So just pinning those in. Now with the next ones, I will show you just how easy it is to do without stopping to add the pins, making this a faster project. And you have the guidelines there. All you're doing is just making sure that those raw edges of the pleats are sitting on those chalk lines that you've created. And that just allows you to get the same distance between each pleat as well. So when we get to the other end, if you're not going to pin each one, just tease a little bit of that thread out. Take your next strip, just bring those a little closer, and place that on top. Again, just lining that up so that's 1/8 of an inch away from the top, and just encouraging that to go through the machine all the time, just double checking that that raw edge is in line with that chalk edge, or your pen mark, whichever way you've chosen to mark up your fabric. And the same when you arrive at the opposite end, just take this out, release a little of the thread. And
Does this
select
stop
your
any
next.
banana-ing as well?
Any banana-ing?
Any, like this? Any, I don't know how to describe it other than banana-ing.
When you get your puckers into your fabric, do you mean?
Well, I mean, if you're doing lots of strips along, it can tend to bow if you're going the same direction.
Oh, okay.
So this will stop that, I think.
Well, the thing is, although you've got your polycotton there on the back, you have got you've got 3 layers of fabric. So sometimes if you're working with a lighter weight fabric, that can happen on there. But because you've got the 3 layers of the fabric, that'll naturally keep its structure.
Oh, that's good. Cushion kit is back in stock, $19.99, and you get all 6 fabrics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 fabrics plus your pattern for less than £20. Oh no, this is going to sell out. There's less than 20 chances, and there is a lot more of you that have got it in your basket. I just will urge you, hate to pressure and rush you, but don't wait for the end of the demo. Now is definitely the chance to check out of your basket, because this is it, last chance on these. And fingers crossed we'll get them back in before Christmas, but I know how busy Kerrie is as well. She obviously, you know, puts all these kits together herself, so if we can get any more back in, it's like the bauble. It comes in and disappears.
I'll be
Now
told
you've got
off
a
if I say
team,
it's
haven't
all.
you?
I'll be told off if I take all the credit.
Are your nieces still working with you?
Well, the last day will be today, actually. My
Oh.
niece goes back to university on the 24th. My other niece, who you met, Sophia, went back to college when the children went back to school, so it feels very quiet.
Oh.
Tasha's been telling me each day that it's her last shift, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Oh, it's even though I just said, oh, it's Kerrie. I mean, you are a small team. We feel like we know all of you, and we talk about your nieces and Craig, your husband. You're all part of it, which we absolutely love.
We are, and my sister as well. And it's just been wonderful to be working with my sister. We're very close, so it's been lovely. She's not going anywhere though, but I think we're both going to feel a void when Natasha and Sophie. I think Craig will be relieved because we spend a lot of time cackling, as he says. We cackle a lot. We don't laugh, we cackle. So we've had a lot of fun.
So will your sister be coming to Exeter with you?
No, she's not doing events.
So it will Craig help you?
Yes, Craig will be there with us, yeah. So that will be lovely.
If you're going to Exeter, let us know. Kerrie's going to be there. And you're doing teaching at Exeter as well?
Yes, we are, yes. And we'll also have the lovely Claire from Native Lighting coming to join us as well.
She's on tomorrow morning.
Yes, I know. So she's coming to join us as well, which will be lovely.
Do you know what we've got tomorrow? We've got the big light that John Scott had. We've all seen the video. It's coming up back tomorrow.
We've seen it. I think I've missed a video.
Oh, we'll show you in the break.
Okay. That sounds very exciting.
Oh dear.
I've obviously missed that.
Well, yeah.
It's John's favourite, I assume.
You can say that.
Okay.
Julie, right, you've emailed Kat. She can't sort out your order from where she is. So if you call the call centre, can I just say they are absolutely brilliant. There was one of my orders that was from Gemporia, our sister channel, and I went across to the call centre on, what day was it? Friday. And they sorted out my order. They said they'd be able to sort it out on Monday. They emailed me on Saturday, a couple of hours later, said I've sorted it, and they were brilliant. So call the call centre. What Kat has done is forwarded the message to the help team. And yeah, they're really helpful. So if you speak to them, that's probably the quickest way to get your query sorted. Thank you for messaging us though. Mary said hello. She says, I hope to be at Exeter on Thursday. She says, I have the ticket, so she'll look out for you.
Oh, lovely.
Definitely go and say hello to Kerrie as well. You love meeting everybody, don't you?
I do.
Wendy was telling us about how she was she in a cafe having some lunch or something, and she said that she met one of the fans. She says, yeah, so please do come and say hello.
Oh yeah, we're certainly looking forward to going, and we've got a stand directly opposite where we're doing the workshops as well, so I'll be able to see you there.
Oh, good.
I'm just so happy to be back out doing workshops.
I wonder if there's anybody else of our who you can spot from Sewing Street at the shows. That's what we love doing, don't we, Kat? We just go around noticing who we can spot.
It was really funny when we were at the NEC actually, because you'd come round And then, fans would come round and say, right, I know they're here, but we can't find them. And I was almost saying, well, 5 minutes ago, they went down this, and then at one point you came together, didn't you? Do you remember?
That was one person, Kerrie.
Yeah, but it was happening with all the team as well. So I was like, literally, and then every stand we get to, they're saying the same. So I think people are out looking for you, which is lovely to know.
Kat was just saying in my ear, don't get too excited, Vicky. That was one fan that wanted to see you, one person.
She was very excited
she was so
to meet you, though,
lovely.
and she was a lovely lady. And I don't think anybody was actually running other than Delphine. Every time I saw Delphine, she was running to something or somewhere. She's got a lot of energy.
Oh my word, she really has. I didn't realise just quite how much energy. I didn't finish my story. You know when I said my voice was aching? My voice has gone. It was from that fitness class that I was doing because I was screaming the whole time. In
Why
pain.
are you screaming?
Because it was really hard. You have to go like 3, 2. You
Oh.
have to encourage each other. You have to be like, yeah.
It was
cheering
military
for your team.
fitness.
It was military fitness. It was. Kerrie was telling us how you used to do lots of military fitness, didn't you?
All the time, yeah.
3 times a week. Honestly, I will not be doing.
The thought of doing it now, though.
Oh.
The thought of doing it now. And in my head, I loved it, but at the time, you, I absolutely hated it.
Oh, well, I actually would say now I had a really good time.
But I must
the
have
whole
liked
way
it
through,
enough. Yeah. Are you going to go back?
I don't know.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I'd love to. It was really good. But at the time, I remember thinking, I'm never doing this again. Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
But the
This is
great
really
thing
hard.
about that kind of fitness is there's so much support, not only from the instructors, but from the group as well. When you're cheering everybody on, it is a nice environment to be in.
So you're just adding a strip.
So I'm
back
just
and forth.
pivoting at each stage. It's quite therapeutic, this one, actually. You can just get
Well,
lost
you
in.
can talk, and so you're not having to sit and count and concentrate.
It's a really nice, easy project.
So the kits, just while Kerrie's stitching that last few strips on, you have your poly cotton. So this is obviously to draw your grid onto. If you've got a chalk pen or any pen that you can just see your lines, that would be perfect. Apparently, there's white friction pens available. We need to get some of those in, don't we? Because they're really handy.
We get asked lots about those, don't we? I've not seen those.
You also have 6 of your beautiful, I mean, look at this. This is the red with the metallic gold spot. Your metallic gold holly leaves. How many kits have we got left, Kat? 12, that's it. 12 kits left. Your instructions are included in the kit. The instructions aren't available on their own. The only way of getting your cushion kit is today with, the only way of getting the instructions is with your cushion kit. And different fabrics. It's going to look lovely with lots of different fabrics. I like this actually because you've got 2 solids here and 1 pattern. So it's a really good one to use up your stash. Once you've got the pattern, I'm sure you'll be making cushions for everybody. It's actually quite a quick gift.
This is really quick, and I see lots of people asking about projects for children. They're encouraging either their children, their grandchildren. So this is a really easy project for children to make as well, because again, it's that repetition. So while you're assisting them doing it, you can stand with them at the ironing board while they're pressing the strips, and it's quite quick as well, isn't it? So I think this is quite nice for children to make as well.
Also, let me recap some of the kits as well. So the Star Centre kit, the instructions are available on their own. The Star Centre is available in issue 5, but the kit on the instructions on their own is this one. Now the star itself is big. It's a really good size star. Perfect for your Christmas centre of your table. Really lovely again for a coffee table or a sideboard. I can just imagine a lovely pillar candle in the centre of there. And a nice little bowl of chockies, little bowl of nuts. Oh, do you like the birthday cake idea? It's a good idea, because what you could do is you could add it with, I love a pom-pom trim. Bright colours for children, or have something that you bring out every single year. the Wilcox family have got a birthday banner, but it would be really nice to have a birthday cake table place setting. Less than 10 patterns available. Less than 10. It's only $6.99 if you bought anything else today. If you bought one of the Moda scrap bags, maybe you could do it with a Moda scrap bag, couldn't you? Lots of different occasions. Just $6.99 for your pattern. We also have the one that the Star Centre is included is issue 5, and in here it's called your So Starstruck. In here you've got your pattern and you have all of your fabrics. So even though this is a fat quarter fun, you get 2.5 meters this time. So you've got your poinsettia beautiful fabric with your holly and your metallic gold, and then the complementing red and metallic gold spot, plus all of your instructions. And this isn't just one project. Remember, you've got your Star Centre. You can also make with this 4 of your place settings. You just need to add fabric for your back. And remember, they've got the little setting here for your cutlery. Only 5 of these kits left, and you can make your lovely coasters, which are really beautiful as well. So, instructions for this on their own, so including your Star Centre. So your So Starstruck does include everything: your coasters, your placemats, and your star. So it's up to you. Do you just want the star on its own at $6.99, or would you like, for a couple more pounds, the extra patterns as well to create your place settings and your coasters to go along with your star? Just $9.99. Issue 4, just to recap, is this one. Now, it's got everything that you need to create your basket, your 2 bowl cozies, and your 2 coasters as well. That's a really lovely afternoon tea set, I always think. Less than 10 of those available, less than 10 available. So my mother-in-law got whisked off on a lovely date.
Oh.
So I went over because there were boxes there. She went, "Oh, this is Steve." I was like, "Who's Steve?" And she was taken on a date. And he had a cab van and put out a lovely afternoon tea spread. How lovely. So I thought this would be so perfect for afternoon tea, wouldn't it? That you got the 2 place settings, your bowl cozies to put a few crisps, nibbles, bits and bobs to make it look nice. And then you've also got your basket as well. You have your instructions and you've got your fabrics. So we're doing it for Christmas this time. But of course, once you've got that pattern, it means that you can make it for different occasions. And trust me, I think you'll be thinking of lots of different ways of using that basket, especially. $29.99, and you do get your 2 fabrics and your instruction set. Now, that's limited. Everything is limited this hour. Less than 10 of those remaining. The instructions for this on their own, remember, they come in a really lovely pack. So if you are buying as a gift for somebody, I always recommend the Living in Loveliness projects for gifts. They are beautiful. £9.99. Really thorough instructions. Now, there are sewing in scraps instructions. I know that we're running out of time, so I just want to show you very quickly as they are on the website. I don't think I've seen that one. So organised. Oh. Why have I not seen that one before?
Because
feel very
you went on
left
maternity
out. Feel very left out when I don't get to see your projects, Kerrie. So this one, that's really handy, isn't it? Little pin cushions. You can make yourself your rotary and scissor keeper. So organised, issue 2. That's your Sewn with Scraps pattern. It's £9.99. I like that. Brilliant for your Moda scrap bags as well, if you got those. You get pattern weights, instructions in there as well, if you've got any of Kerrie's scrap bags.
The third project in there, you might not be able to see it on the picture, and as you've not seen it before, it's just a little pin cushion that goes on your wrist with an elastic piece, so very useful.
Is that this one?
That's this one, yeah.
Oh, I love that. Very useful. Very, very useful indeed. £9.99. And we also have the Sewn with Scraps issue 3. So handy. This is another one I've not seen. This is another lovely pouch, though, to keep your spools. Crafting on the move.
Definitely for crafting on the move.
I know that Wendy Orlando is saying she likes to go do a crafting and sitting in a coffee shop, going taking a few bits and bobs. Is this like a little tissue cover?
So this is a tissue holder, and the third project there is a key fob, but there is a tiny little pocket in there for you to either put your trolley chip trolley coin or your trolley pound in there.
Oh, good idea.
So pop it on the side of your key rings and then you're never without your pound coin.
I always get to the point where I'm like, I haven't got it again. I'll go with a basket and it's really frustrating.
It's always when you see all the special offers as well, isn't it? When you've just got the basket and you need a trolley. So, yeah, very useful.
That's very handy to just keep in the car, in fact, isn't it? What time did you actually leave? Because I text Kat. Kat came to help me on Saturday. She said, I'm just going to nip to the retail park, the new M&S. I'm going to go and pop in and get some dinner. She texted me about 6 hours later. I'm still at this retail park. Haven't left yet. Oh, my word. Right, so that's your So Handy. We also have... issue 4, which is so delicious, bowl cozy, mug rug, and little place setting as well. That's lovely. That would be a nice one for Christmas also. Little Christmas Eve kit, maybe.
Although this is made in pretty fabrics, I did make this just before Christmas when I initially did the patterns for these with Christmas Eve in mind, because we like to put our letters out on the table and a mince pie and milk.
Absolutely, yeah, that would be lovely to leave the carrots and things for Rudolph. Yeah. I love that. And your little mug rug as well with your hot chocolate. Just £9.99 for all of your 3 patterns, all 3 patterns in issue 4. You're so delicious. Everything that you need is fabric requirements is on the back. I'm just whizzing through those, but they are all on the website if you want to have a closer look. £9.99. Sorry, Kerrie, where are we?
That's okay, because this is really easy to finish off now, so I haven't skipped ahead on this one. I've simply just sewn those strips onto the background fabric there, and then what I've done on here, that extra strip that we had, so I chose the red holly fabric here. I've simply sewn that onto the back of the envelope cushion, and this teams up as a nice I couldn't remember the name then, but nice piece of binding on the back, really just to make those fabrics pop. So just pressing that up. I do like to add binding to the projects because I think it's a nice way to use up your scraps, but in particular for cushions, it's just a nice way to inject a little bit of colour onto the back of there as well. So just
especially with this contrast, actually. I do love the one that you've done, and it adds that really lovely attention to detail. But it doesn't stand out as much as it will on your cushion, actually, at home.
No, it'll look really nice. I am quickly going to change the thread. I should have done this while you were looking at the patterns.
What colour are you going to go to?
I'm going to just put red on there because it seems a real shame to add white.
That looks lovely, and it does add attention to detail. But actually, it looks... it does look great with the contrast. Also, just while Kerrie's doing that, because we always love to fill the shows with lots of ideas and lots of projects. Right, I'm using your tip. You tell me is there a tab on the end of this one?
Yeah, there is. So if you just look to the side, there'll be a little bit that's overhanging. If you pull onto there.
Yeah. And then just tear that across.
And tear that across, yeah.
Thank you. What do you mean? How is it so difficult? It's not difficult. I'm just notoriously bad at opening packaging. I always have been. Right, so this is your Christmas stocking kit. Oh, amazing. I'm pleased that we've had a chance to show this because this is another one that's always really, really popular. Christmas stocking, they're lovely sizes as well. They're really good size stocking. Perfect to be able to put all of your nice little treats for Christmas Eve. And they're very plush because they're fully lined and they have a beautiful 80-20 wadding in there. So they're super, super soft. This is, again, so that you'll be able to get out time and time again. Add a bell to it.
Add a bell.
Add a bell, personalised with names maybe. Is this... we've done this before. Might have even done it last time back in August. But look, I love this fabric, Kerrie, with the little hearts. That's gorgeous.
Oh, it is lovely, that one is, isn't it?
You also have your green, and you've also got your lining fabric included, so you don't have to add anything to that. Your wadding's there as well. All $19.99, and honestly, every time we've had these in, they're very, very popular.
Along with we had those in today.
Yeah, it's definitely worth having a look on the website, just typing in, well actually, I say type in Living in Loveliness, but we have scheduled quite a lot for today's show, especially for Christmas, but there might be some other little bits and bobs there on the website. It's worth having a look. But they are gorgeous kits, really, really beautiful. And the Christmas stocking is always very, very, very popular. It's got the tab on the side as well, so you can hang it up on your mantelpiece or on the end of your bed. Oh, it was always so exciting. I remember with my stocking, Santa used to always leave me lots of fruits, satsumas. I used to have chocolate money in there. What did you used to have in your Christmas stocking? Coal. No, I'm only joking. I'm talking to Elliot.
I was going to say, you're talking to Elliot or me?
I'm talking to Elliot, obviously, not you, Kerrie.
I was just double checking. I'm sure it probably was right though. So to bring this together now, I've simply just popped the binding onto the back of the envelope. I've added a double hem to the second envelope back there, and I'm going to place this on top. So the first one that I'm popping on top is the one with the binding. Make sure that the wrong side, because you've got a plain colour here, so you should be able to see the folded edge of the binding and also of that last strip. And to complete this cushion, all we're going to do is use a straight stitch and sew around all 4 raw edges. And just to give it a, you know, especially because we want to be able to bring this out every year, is to just finish those raw edges either with a zigzag stitch, or if you've got an overlocker, you can use that on there as well. So I'll just drop this back to a straight stitch.
Oh, June, no, I'm nearly there though. She's asked if I'm in my new house yet. Nearly there. Nearly went for a sleepover last night because we did take, Maisie's new cot, big girl cot. I'm actually a bit scared of her. She's nearly 6 months.
Oh gosh.
She's only nearly 6 months. She's definitely ready for it because we've got the little crib to the side of the bed. She's too big for it now. She's way too big for it. She's huge. She's huge.
How's the dancing classes going?
How's the dancing classes?
I haven't asked you about her dancing classes, have I? Since the last time I saw you.
Do you mean swimming? Dancing?
No,
swimming?
you were giving her dancing classes. I don't mean the actual...
Actually.
I mean your
her
late
ready.
night dancing classes. If you remember last time, you were supposed to be putting her to bed and you were having a little dancing session.
Oh, did I send you the video? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we still do lots of dancing together and singing. But no, she's nearly on proper food. Gave her her first little taste yesterday of porridge, because that's the thing as well. Her sleep is not good, and I think it's because she needs to go on to food now.
Yeah. Oh, it's
I need
so
all
lovely.
of your weaning tips. You need to send me some messages to help me.
Just batch cooking. Lots of batch cooking. It'll make it easier, especially as you're busy.
This would be a good issue to do, actually, is like baby things. So something, because I need to get a seat to put in a high chair, like a cushion thing to put in a high chair.
Oh, that's a lovely idea.
Bib?
Yeah, we haven't done any baby things. No, we haven't done any baby things, have we?
No, oh, that would be such a lovely, lovely one. So many people keep messaging in. I keep seeing lots of people whose friends or relatives having babies.
See, our children are sort of, my eldest son is 16 and now just our friends are starting to have babies. So, you know, it's really strange that we're on the other side of it, really. Now, I would just use either a zigzag stitch there or an overlocker to stop that raw edge. But just so you can see how quickly this lovely project comes together. Once we turn these through, then you've got your pleated cushion there with that binding just on the centre of the back.
Oh, this looks lovely. I do like this colourway. In fact, if you've already made it, get the kit. Anyway, $19.99 to get another one to go with. There's 8 kits left. Oh, that looks beautiful.
Just give that a little press. Now, you can sometimes find that top one there can pop up a little bit. So in mine, all I've done with mine is just do a little slip stitch underneath there to make sure that that's not popping open. Once you've got your cushion inner in, you find that the other ones don't pop up, but the top one sometimes can. So dependent upon the size of the cushion inner that you're popping up in there, I would just recommend running a little slip stitch underneath that fold, and that will secure it into place.
Down. Amazing. I mean, look at how quick that is as well.
Nice fast project today.
I know you did, obviously, your cutting in the grid before, but actually it's a really nice fast... in fact, those of you that got the stripology today, they're both completely sold out, but this is a lovely project to start with. £19.99. Thank you ever so much, Kerrie. What else did we need to mention with Kerrie? Oh, the zips. Are these new?
We've been having zips on quite we've had zips on quite a few times recently, but we've just replenished those and brought those back.
Brilliant.
So although these particular projects that we haven't got on today don't need zips, lots of our previous projects do, and it's always worth having them in your stash.
Absolutely. And this is a pack of 5 as well. These are the long zips, so these are perfect for like cushion backs, aren't they, actually? Or these are your 12-inch zips. Just £3.99. It's definitely worth stocking up. For 5 zips, that is a bargain. I mean, that is an absolute bargain, because there's so many projects that we've done here in the past where we might need a zip and we say we haven't got any in stock. It's not something that we necessarily keep always on our website, so it's definitely worth stocking up on these whilst they're here. We've got the 10-inch zips. These aren't metal teethed zips, are they?
These are nylon zips.
So I can sew over them.
Yes, you can.
And I can chop them if I need to.
And you can chop them, yeah.
So if they're not quite the size that I need, I can cut these and just stitch over. Obviously, you just always go longer, I'm presuming.
It's always worth having them. Sometimes you can have some projects where you need a small zip, a 6-inch zip. It's always worth having the extra ones there. You can trim those down. You can't add to them, but you can always trim the excess zip away there.
And then finally, another set of 5. Look at the price of these. 8-inch zip, set of 5. £2.99. If you bought anything else today, add those to your basket. It's one of those just nice little bonuses for your stash. They're always useful, aren't they? You're always going to use them. Just £2.99. Or for anybody who's scared of doing zips, £2.99. Just practice putting zips into fabric. I always recommend that anyway before you sew it into a bag. If it's the first time you're
whenever I run classes, I always try and get people to have a go at putting zips in as one of their second projects, because I think it's definitely a project that people sometimes feel like it's a big thing to do, but it's just a straight line. It's just a straight line. If you use your pins and stop a little bit earlier on in your zip, then it is much easier to work with. And I find the sooner you can overcome the hurdle of putting your zips in, the more projects you're going to pop them into as well.
Absolutely, for your zipper foot in your machine. In fact, actually, have you got the 570A there?
Yes.
Yeah, that one comes with the zipper foot. Watch tomorrow. Watch tomorrow is all I'm saying. Watch this space. So 8-inch zips, just £2.99. Have a look through the website. Right, Star Centre pattern sold out. We have 8 cushion kits left. That is it. If you do want the cushion kits, we had 4 kits. We have 4 left. Yeah, we have 4 left of issue 4, which is your issue 5, which is your Starstruck. So you get here your big star, 4 of your placemats, and your cozies. Looks like this. Add your fabric for your backing. Kerrie's gone for a red. Maybe a metre of red will be enough.
More than enough, yeah.
Brilliant. Metre of red. That's 2 units on the website of the Rose and Hubble red, cream, green. Loads of choices on the website. So just add that in.
You could always go for a really pretty pattern, so you've got the flip side of your mats as well. That's what some people like to do.
Good idea. Could do reverse. So you could do birthday one side, Christmas the other. One mat suits.
Which size are you putting the bells on? On the corners.
Bells for every occasion, on the corners. Bells aren't just for Christmas and bells aren't just for birthdays. There's only 4 of those kits left. Remember, you do get your fabrics included as well as your pattern for £29.99, and that's to make your coasters, placemats and your big star centre. We do have the pattern available on its own. If you've got fabric that you want to use, then we only... there's 3 of those left. We had loads of those as well. They are about to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, way more of you have got these in your baskets than we have availability. There's 3 remaining. So be quick for the pattern on its own of issue 5. It's the only way of getting the star pattern as well, because the star pattern individually is now sold out. And it's only literally a couple more pounds, and you then get patterns for your placemats and your coasters as well. Brilliant. So... issue 4 kit is the one with your basket, your bowl cozies and your coasters. So the kit comes with 2 half-metre pieces and your instructions. and that's to make your basket and your coasters, your bowl cozies as well. I mean, there's just oodles, isn't there? There's so much that you can do just with one kit for just $29.99. Holly fabric and your gold spot, plus all of your templates where needed. If you do want your templates and instructions on their own, there's only 5 remaining of those. 5 remaining, and that's again $9.99. I do recommend anything from Kerrie's Hours, you start checking out of your basket now before it's too late. Remember, it's only 1 P&P across the whole day today, and across the website. So if there's anything else that you want to get throughout the day, if you're shopping on Yarn Lane in the next hour with Wendy, it's all covered under the same P&P. So definitely make the most of these patterns because they're lovely for all occasions. Kerrie, thank you so much. I'm so excited to see you again. When are you back?
I can't remember. I
Okay.
can't remember. I'm definitely back next month with some new patterns, but I can't remember the date off the top of my head.
Brilliant. Text me and let me know so I can make sure that I switch it so I'm with you. Honestly, when other people hold Kerrie, I get really upset. I love being on with you. Right, we have got just a couple of minutes. I just want to quickly mention, today, we didn't start with the early bird. We went rogue. We did. We went rogue because look at what is back in stock. This is like all Christmas coming early, isn't it? Look at how much fabric you are getting for $14.99. Now, it's done by weight. It's not done by the amount of strips, but some of these are full width of fabric. Some of them are shorter. Some of them have got salvages on. Some of them are slightly thinner. Some of them are thicker. You've just got a huge selection of Moda quilting weight fabrics. Absolutely beautiful quality for $14.99. You can't go wrong. You really can't go wrong. It's definitely worth checking out on these if you haven't already. Hundreds and hundreds have already gone. We did start with a great quantity today, so hopefully there's enough to go around. But don't forget about those. If you're shopping throughout the day, add them to your order. They come directly, well, they come from us, directly from us, but Moda have packaged them together, so they're all completely random. Now, they're called scrap bags. I wouldn't really call this a scrap bit of fabric. There's so much that you can do with these strips. I'm thinking this would look really lovely in the new pleated pattern, the pleated cushion pattern that we've just been looking at with Kerrie. £14.99. Very, very popular indeed. Now, it's that time already. We're ready for the commute over to Yarn Lane. I have no idea where today has gone. It's been a pleasure being with you on Sewing Street. Stick around if you can. If you're watching on the television, stay exactly where you are. If you are watching online, on YouTube, on Facebook, tune over to Yarn Lane TV and you can continue to watch Wendy Orlando. If you can't join us in the next hour, don't forget, join us live tomorrow morning on Sewing Street, 8 a.m. We've got Claire, Native Lighting, joining me first thing, bright and early at 8, and she's got new lights to launch. Plus, a very popular light. Don't forget to watch the video. John Scott's favourite light, back in stock at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, Cara's going to be joining me with brand new cross-stitch kits. At 10 o'clock, it's the first day of autumn, so we've got perfect autumn fabrics. It's the ones that we saw in the kit at 8 o'clock today. The kits were really popular. Riley Blake, beautiful brand new fabrics brought to you at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we're going to do a clasp purse with Cara, and then look what's in. Elna 570A, back in stock, finally. Finally, we've waited so long. I can't actually believe we've got it in time for Christmas. Now, I think it's going to be the same story as the 680. I think it's just going to be here and gone. So whatever you do, if you have been waiting for that machine, please, please, please tune in tomorrow. 7:30 tomorrow morning, it will be going on pre-order if you want to get ahead. If you want to learn more about it, then tune in later on at lunchtime and we can talk through. But if you definitely know you want it, absolutely secure it first thing tomorrow morning to be sure that you get it. Kerrie, thank you for today. It's lovely to see you. We're going to get Wendy Orlando on air with Yarn Lane. Look at the cushions behind. Everything is on pre-order if you want to have a quick scan through and shop ahead. Yarnlane.com, Yarn Lane TV on YouTube and Facebook. Same account details, same P&P. So we'll see you there in a few minutes.
watching for lots of knitting and crochet